Okay, declarations of interest.
Ma'am, item 8.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now the public forum. Today there are several speakers. There'll be 3 minutes. At 2.5 minutes, a bell will ring. At 3 minutes, a second bell will ring. We have to keep it reasonably tight because there's a lot of people who want to speak today. We're going to start today with Dean Shields. He's the General Manager of the property side of Tainui Group Holdings. So welcome, Dean. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Hardacre, councillors and council officers. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today about our proposal before council, which is the partial closure of Ruakura and Percival roads as part of the inland port, Ruakura inland port that Tainui is proposing to develop. Just by way of background, we've lodged our resource consent for the first stage of this project, and that's with council at the moment for approval. We're working closely with council and making very good progress in that process. What we're here to talk to you about today is part of that in the development of Ruakura Inland Port. We need to close part of Ruakura Road and Percival roads. This process was recognised in the Board of Inquiry decision that for the port to operate efficiently and effectively, there needs to be a strong link with the East Coast main trunk line. That is not possible while maintaining the existing Ruakura and the Percival link. So the document in front of council for consideration today shows that as part of that process of those road closure, we're to provide an alternative route for the Percival and Wyburn Road residents. We've come up with an alternative route through close consultation with those residents through the committee that has been formed as part of the process of the development of the port. We've held 4 meetings to date with that committee, the residents committee, and through those meetings we've had good support for this proposed alternative route. In addition to the consultation we've had to date, we're also running an open day for the residents, and that's on the 17th of November. And that's in addition to the LGA provisions of notification and support. So I'd just like to welcome any questions that councillors may have in regard to what is being proposed. Just on timing also, this process, it's key that we start this now as part of this resource consent application process, that the timing of this LGA process will align with our development plans and the resource consent processing. So thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, in the meetings that you've had with the residents, the 4 meetings, has there been a number of objections? And if so, have you dealt with those objections from the residents to satisfy what they think might be inconveniences or difficulties while the work is being done?
Sure. Interestingly, the meetings have progressed very well, and we've actually worked together. Objections, there's probably been no objections. There's been some suggestions and recommendations from the residents, and we've definitely taken those on board and worked together to reach a mutual outcome.
Thank you. And the open day that you've got planned for the 17th of November, will that be advertised? And
yes,
so
yes.
Have you got a location?
What we've done is through council, they've sent letters to every resident in the area advising them of that open day. Also, we've been open and invited the residents to contact us directly as or when suits.
Okay, so the open day is available for all members of the public or just that group?
We've notified that group, but there's no reason why it couldn't be open to the public.
So have you got a venue and
Yes, the venue is the Maris Rugby Club, and it'll be between 4 and 7:30 p.m. to make it a time that's most convenient for the residents.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there's no further questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
And now Alan Skier from Hospitality New Zealand.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak to the proposed provisional local alcohol policy. I've had passed out a few copies of my presentation for your record. We see three issues which concern our organisation. Firstly, is a local alcohol policy even needed? We urge the committee to consider whether the city would be better off without a local alcohol policy at all. An LAP provides maximum guidelines for a DLC to operate under. There is nothing to prevent the DLC imposing more restrictive conditions, and the Act clearly allows them to do so where necessary if a licensed premises was found to operate irresponsibly. Hamilton City DLC has been operating very well without an LAP for about 2 years, and there is no real need for an LAP. There is nothing broken which needs fixing. Second issue being trading hours of bars located outside the central city. We refer you to the minutes of the S&P meeting held September 29, 2015. In those minutes, reference was made to the recommendation from council staff that standard hours apply throughout the week for on-licences located outside the central city, and advised 1 a.m. as being appropriate. We refer you to the local alcohol policies in place in nearby districts, which allow the following closing 7 days a week. Waikato, Hauraki and Matamata Piako districts all allow up to 1 a.m. throughout the district. Waipa allows up to 2 a.m. Tauranga and Rotorua both allow up to 1 a.m. in the suburbs, and similarly Auckland allows up to 3 a.m. in the suburbs. We refer again to the minutes of the S&P meeting, which contained a comment from the unit manager and program manager that there was limited evidence of harm that had occurred as a result of the sale of alcohol in suburban on-licences. We urge the committee to reconsider this matter and allow on-licences to trade until 1 a.m. Monday to Sunday, as is done in other territorial local authorities. Third issue being the one-way door restriction in the central city. The applicable legislation is very prescriptive, and that the provisional policy must be produced by consulting on draft policy. We point out that the draft local alcohol policy, as released in November 2013, did not include any provision for a one-way door restriction. This document is what was released for public consultation and was the basis for all submissions lodged. While it is recognised that some industry representatives and special interest groups formed part of a limited working group and preliminary LAP discussions, these discussions cannot be considered to be part of the required public consultation. We do not believe that discussions held with a select few individuals meets with the legislative requirements to follow the special consultative procedure. I'll move to the bottom where we refer to if the Hamilton City Council does produce a local alcohol policy with a one-way door component, it is likely that our organisation would appeal on the basis of lack of public consultation. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson, you had a question?
Yes, thanks. Excuse me. What would you say to the hundreds of people who've complained to the City Council in the recent past about the fact that they weren't able to influence liquor sales in their residential areas? I'm referring here to your point one, is a local alcohol policy even needed? What would your answer be to people that say yes, we need one, and we're very unhappy that you haven't been able to do anything about the bars and sales outlets appearing in our area.
There's adequate scope within current legislation to deal with any problems that do arise. You've been operating without a local alcohol policy for at least 2 years with no apparent major problems that need rectifying.
So you would say there are no problems that have arisen in the recent past that need rectifying at all with,
Nothing
with,
that can't-
with a Hamilton flavoured
Correct.
policy?
There's nothing that can't be rectified with current legislation.
So, and who controls the legislation? Wellington or Hamilton?
Comes out of Wellington with the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012.
Yeah. So Hamilton people wouldn't have any influence over the decisions made under that, would they? They could only influence a local alcohol policy?
That's correct. That's the purpose of an LAP, is to reflect local comment.
And you think it'd be much more preferable for us just to follow the Wellington-led Act, Cover-All Act, rather than have a Hamilton flavour?
Certainly, that's how you've been for the last 2 years. Taupo District has no alcohol policy, aren't planning to have one. South Waikato similarly.
Thanks. And I had another question in relation to the one-way door policy. You say in the draft there was no no mention of that policy in there.
Correct.
Was there not an earlier round of consultation with the industry and other key players where a one-way door policy was discussed in relation to a future Hamilton LAP?
Yes, there were some discussions held through industry and special interest groups.
Yep.
That could not be considered to be a public consultation or part of the public consultation process, because that was all before the draft policy was released, and it is the draft policy which must be consulted on, and there was nothing in the draft policy regarding one-way door.
Is that a legal statement or just your view that it could not be considered to be part of the consultation?
That is our learned view, and that would be the basis of any decision that we would make should any appeal be considered.
So you're saying that the fact that we received submissions from the public during the latest round of consultation on one-way door policies from both the industry and the public can't be counted just because it wasn't mentioned in the draft?
I can't account for why people would like to include various things within their submissions. What I'm suggesting to you is that the public consultation process was based on the policy document that was released, the draft policy document, and that document did not include any provision for a one-way door component.
But you are aware that some members of the industry and members of your own did make comment to us on it during...
Certainly, and you may even find it in my own submission.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laurie Week. So Laurie runs Altitude Bars and Gravity. Thank you, Laurie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. I reiterate some of the things Alan's just said. Hamilton doesn't necessarily need a lap. We've operated for 2 years now without one, and fundamentally things have been working well. CBD arrests are down 16% over the previous year. There are, however, law and order issues outside the CBD regarding domestic violence, home street parties and unsolved burglaries. This doesn't mean that there isn't room for improvement. There always is. We do, however, need to make sure that in making rules, you're not disadvantaging the majority to remedy something that is more perception than reality. My next paragraph, Alan's just talked about, so I'll omit it. Hamilton Liquor Accord supports the CBD and invites the council to make the broadest possible operating environment and allow the DLC to make whatever restrictions, endorsements it sees fit based on performance. With disorder currently reducing, there is no evidence that a one-way door is going to help the situation. In all probability, it will make it worse, and unfortunately, will probably mean some business closures. This would be unacceptable to the people of Hamilton, and any further loss of CBD business would be tragic. In Newcastle, Australia, where they were trialling the one-way door, they experienced an increase in disorder after 12 months, and 9 out of 12 businesses were either sold, shut or went into receivership. We therefore support suburban hours of 8 a.m. to 1 a.m, and we do not support a one-way door policy as proposed for the CBD. The government has been disingenuous with the Act by placing the responsible of alcohol harm reduction on local bodies without dealing with the two main things, price and age. However, The recent exemption for the Rugby World Cup liquor licensing just proves that people's attitudes and responsibilities towards alcohol in licensed premises is changing. There are already enough rules, and unintended consequence of a one-way door will be initially increased disorder and after some time, business closures. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Councillor Mallett.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Larry. You may just have answered it in your last sentence, but could you just expand on fourth paragraph? You talk about it with reference to a one-way door. In all probability, it will make it worse, and unfortunately will probably mean some business closures. In what regard will a one-way door make things worse? Can you give us examples?
In the initial stages, there will be more conflict. People will be expecting to get in and they'll be left out. There will be people that are young girls, for example, that go out as a group. One will get left outside. They'll wander off on their own. There will be agitation between the patrons and the door staff. After a while, the default position would probably be that the business will close when the one-way door starts, if that was to happen. And ultimately, for the late night premises, that would mean a 30% roughly reduction in hours of operation.
So it'll almost be, in your opinion, it will be a de facto reduction of trading hours by an hour?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, Laurie, thanks. I'm curious at the industry's assertions we're getting that Hamilton doesn't need a LAP, because the LAP doesn't just control on licences, it also controls off licences, doesn't it?
Correct.
The hours and things, and wear and things like that. So you would be aware, would you not, of the public disquiet over the proliferation of off licences in suburban areas
Correct.
2 or 3 years ago?
Yep.
And we have the ability within the LAP process to control the hours that those off licences can be open and the placement of them and things like that as a council.
Yes, that would be correct.
So would there not be a need, and the catch-all legal situation from Wellington doesn't have anywhere like the same hours restrictions that we're proposing in the LAP on the off licences, sorry.
I think you'd find that a greater effect on alcohol harm would be the price of liquor. And as an operator, we can't buy from our suppliers as cheap as we can buy it from the supermarket. So the real problem isn't the number of them or where they are. The real problem's the price.
Okay. So would you say it'd be a good move if we, for instance, banned supermarkets from selling at all for that reason?
You might have a legal challenge on your hand,
but that is the problem area that we...
It is a problem area. From an on-premise, like we've seen a reduction in alcohol to on-premise by 20% in the last 12 months.
So...
and that's gone to off-premise.
But you've acknowledged that we can't do anything about price because the government didn't address that in the Act.
Correct.
And, but the only things we can do about off licences relate to hours and placement of them.
It's a bit like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. You know, there's the major thing, and then there's a whole bunch of minor things you're allowed to play with, but it won't make a great deal of difference.
Like a lot of things government does.
Pretty much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Laurie. Chris Phillip.
Sorry, Andrew.
Sorry, Laurie, one more question here from Councillor Tooman.
Laurie, currently, of course, it's a mass exodus at 3 a.m, as everything basically shuts down at 3 o'clock. And would you not agree that it would be better to actually stagger the exodus instead of having everybody coming out there at 3 o'clock waiting for a cab or trying to get a cab, which there's not enough of? The night rider, of course, very poorly used. And one of the issues, of course, is that everybody's trying to exit at the one time. If you actually staggered it over an hour, would it not be far safer in the CBD area down here, in the bar area? You've seen it, I've seen it.
Town staggers itself. At 2 o'clock, you'll automatically see around about 30% of the people will leave the premises and start going home. By 3 o'clock, it's not going to actually make a difference to to what's going to happen. The issues I see with the one-way door is just the tension you're going to have to deal with the people, and you're not going to be able to have a discretion of, oh, you want to go to the toilet, yeah, you can get under. You want to go and pick up your phone or get your coat check or whatever it might be. It's a law. You just can't do it. So it takes the discretion right out of the responsibility aspect of what we do.
So would you agree not that the longer a premises is open, the more people have opportunity to consume alcohol, and the more alcohol they consume, the bigger problems which occur?
It's more like a bell curve. The peak time is probably around 1 o'clock, and it declines after that. There's less sold between 2 and 3. It's probably equivalent to 11 and 12, and 2 and 3 are probably closer, and 1 to 2 would be higher.
Thank you. Chris Rollett. So Chris is the owner of the Cook Bar.
Thanks the committee for the opportunity to express my thoughts, and in my opinion on this proposal, the view I want to put across to the committee is that the needs of Hamilton's population are being met to a satisfactory level at this moment. And I'm speaking specifically about the point with the closing hours in the suburban outlets, one-way door policies and all the LAP. That's not what I'm speaking about today. It's simply the proposal to close suburban outlets Sunday to Thursday at 11 a.m, which is certainly going to be, or it'll affect all the suburban outlets adversely. There have been no matters arising from any of these suburban outlets trading from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, and there are mechanisms within the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act to manage any licences that are causing harm. The misnomer being portrayed that food and beverage outlets in the suburbs have a link to domestic violence is as relevant as saying houses are also a factor. We are responsible operators of on-licensed premises, and the current thinking is championing to educate, not to regulate, with regards to alcohol consumption. There's nothing to be gained by this policy change. In fact, it's a real negative step. Alcohol's well regulated and controlled. Now, if outlets are not responsible, we all face the remedies under the Act to deal with any movement away from that. There is a responsibility to ensure harm from alcohol is minimised, and we understand that. Now, our outlets are run professionally with trained staff that control their environment, and they should be able to continue their business in this fashion, as they have a proven track record. We've been doing this for 15 years under the current licensing regime of trading through to 1 in the morning, and have had no matters arising in that time, specifically with the Sunday through to Thursday period that we're talking about changing. And it strikes me as a bit silly that if a group is socialising in the suburbs on a Wednesday night or Thursday or Tuesday night or whatever, and come 11 o'clock, we then force them to go into town if you want to keep on socialising. That doesn't seem to be a smart thing to do, to shift people away from an environment where they're comfortable to a new environment at that period of the evening. The LAP needs to reflect, or have the ability to reflect, that established operations need to be able to continue to trade in the manner that they do, because they've proven that they can manage their responsibilities effectively. As a side thing, I'm also a trustee on the Hamilton East Community Trust, and at our community meeting last night, put a motion to the floor if there were any objections or concerns to the current licensing hours being maintained, and that was endorsed and unanimously. There were no concerns whatsoever. This is only one community group, obviously, but they don't want things to change. The public are happy and the business are being well run, so why the push to change what is working and well received? That's me.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Right. Thanks, Chris. Look, one of the similar pieces of legislation that council currently operates as the gambling legislation, which allows gambling in some suburban areas, not others, and it sort of defines that more or less according to the size of suburban areas. So the larger suburban areas are allowed somewhat similar gambling licences as to the CBD. Would that be something that you would see applying, perhaps being able to apply to your situation, taking your bar in Hamilton East, that's an allowable area for gambling licences with certain other restrictions there, just as are some of the other big ones like Dinsdale and Chartwell and so forth like that. So, but in small street corners where houses are alongside, they don't qualify for gambling licences there. So I'm trying to see whether you see could be a similarity between where some suburban licences in larger areas, but not in residential localities, for instance.
Just thinking that through, the council had the opportunity to make those changes through planning, so I don't see any reason why you couldn't address that through planning with regards to the alcohol stuff as well, rather than through the LAP.
I'm more or less talking about the desired outcome,
Yep.
If it was a similar outcome for, on licences as it was for gambling premises, how would that sit with you, whichever way we achieve it?
I just want the goal achieved, Dave. It's simple as that, okay?
Fair enough. The other question was in relating to the off licences. I asked one of the other, Laurie, this as well. How do you feel about the extra restrictions that we're proposing to place on the sale of liquor in off licences? Do you think that's addressing an issue that's there in the community?
Speaking off the cuff on that, yeah, absolutely. You're talking about chalk and cheese. You're talking about controlled environments like ours, where people go in and there's structure around their consumption. There's food, and we're well controlled and regulated. Versus going and getting a box of Cody's and sitting in the park at any time you want. Yeah, well, obviously they're chalk and cheese.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that needs control.
Okay. Yep. No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thanks for your submission, Chris. Is it your contention that the current regulations can address any harm that would occur between 11 a.m. and 11 p.m., beg your pardon, and and by that I mean a bar that is continuing to sell to people who are drunk or whatever, causing issues, can be punished or mitigated through the existing policy,
Absolutely. Yeah,
rather than taking it from 1 a.m. to 11, which hurts everyone, the good players and the bad players.
The enforcement regime is irrespective of time. You can have drunk people in there at 11 o'clock in the morning, and Sergeant Jim will be knocking on your door saying, "Hey, you've broken the law." So, and that's what we understand. So we're compliant all the time, not just at certain times.
Not just to 11 p.m.
Yeah. So it's that enforcement regime doesn't change.
Keep.
Thank you. Now, Daryl Hadley. So Daryl's presenting on from the Good George Brewery.
Thank you, councillors, Mayor, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity today. I'm talking on behalf of the Good George Brewery and Dining Hall. It's in the suburban outlet in Frankton. Currently we have a 7-day-a-week 3 a.m. licence. We've been going for 3 years. We trade past 11 p.m. Most Thursdays. I should mention that I'm here today to talk about the Sunday to Thursday 11 p.m. proposed closing time, which obviously is 4 hours less than we currently have. So I'm specifically concerned about Sunday to Thursday. We get a big dining trade and after events from Seddon Park and Waikato Stadium. We also get a lot out of our out-of-town visitors, usually being hosted by locals and local businesses. 11 p.m. isn't a late or unreasonable time to be socialising or finishing up dinner, and we would dread having to shunt these people out the door. We're also significant sponsors and partners of local sporting groups like Northern Districts Cricket, Magic Netball, Balloons Over Waikato, Field Days and the Great Race. All of these events have after events activities for competitors, supporters and sponsors. And they usually, usually that'll involve an event or activity back at our establishment. More often than not, these are on Friday, aren't on Friday or Saturday nights. The field days, of course, things like that, they happen earlier in the week. If we're forced to close at 11, then we will lose the ability to host them after the events. For example, next Thursday there is a cricket game at Seddon Park, which will finish at 10 p.m, featuring the Northern Knights, which we sponsor. If this change is allowed to happen, by the time the players are finished, showered, etc., we'll be closed by the time they get down to us, so we won't be able to participate with our sponsorship at that level. The same applies for the Black Cap games at Seddon Park. We don't see many Saturday or Friday night events these days. A lot of it's an ITM Cup, things like that. They're shifting, and indeed the Australian New Zealand game in February is on a Sunday night. My key message is that all of these events, functions and regular trading have been happening successfully. They go on now and without incidents. In our particular case, it's been that way for the last 3 years. These are not occasions we host focused on plying people with alcohol with no regard to tomorrow, as we would be out of business if we did. No one wants that environment. In fact, these days a good proportion of the people attending those events aren't even drinking alcohol. These are also social occasions with local people and visitors to our city, and they form part of what we think makes our city vibrant and livable. I think the recent changes to the drink driving laws have already had a significant impact. In our venue alone, 55% of our sales are food, and that's in a brewery. We think that's brought about quite a bit of change, and imposing the 11 p.m. restriction Sunday to Thursday is unwarranted, and I'm not sure what harm, if any, has been avoided. People simply drink at home in more unsupervised environments, as not everybody will want to go into town. The harm comes with our ability to go and look after our regular customers, and if we get cut back to 11 p.m, we think it's a highly regulated industry already, with lots of avenues open to licensing agencies to punish those operators who step out of line. Thanks.
Councillor Mallett.
Thanks. Thank you, Daryl. Under the current scenario, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, or Sunday, it's Sundays as well, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If someone's drunk and abusive in your bar at 10:30, what do you do? What are you required to do by law?
Well, if they're drunk and abusive, they're not allowed to be on the premises.
What about at 11:30?
Under the current guidelines, it's still exactly the same.
So there's no difference, is there?
There's no difference.
So under both scenarios, you are required to not serve them and possibly eject them from the
It's
premises?
the same at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yep.
So even right till 1 a.m?
Absolutely.
All the time you're required to manage them?
Absolutely. Like, just because we've got a 3 a.m. licence currently, or what might be proposed, we think which should be a 1 a.m. 7 days a week, doesn't mean we trade to 1 a.m. every night. It just means that we've got the ability to go past 11, 12, that people are finishing off meals or they're booked a function or event.
Sounds to me like you treat it just as seriously up to 3 a.m. as you do till 1 a.m. beg your pardon, as you do till 11
absolutely. At that time,
PM.
at that time of night, there's more onus on us to run an event, and things like security and other things come into those factors. We factored into it if we're hosting for example, the Great Race after party. We've been doing those parties for the last 7 years across multiple outlets. Young rowers visiting to the city, and it's a high-profile event, and we take it really, really seriously. And this would be an example of something that we wouldn't be able to do if it was on a Sunday night, which they are Sunday nights.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much. It's similar to the question that I asked Chris from the Cook. At the moment, Frankton is a precinct within the city authorised to have gambling licensed premises, and the government has decreed in its wisdom that gambling premises must be also in liquor licensed premises and not anywhere else, apart from the horse racing track. So both Hamilton East and Frankton are precincts that are large enough to allow that to happen. How would you feel with a rule that allowed a similar sort of regime for licensed premises, on licensed premises, I should say, in large enough precincts like the gambling ones, which are, I think, about 5 suburban ones around the city, obviously including Frankton and Hamilton East?
I think well, there'd be a large amount of self-interest in my answer, I guess, there. But you know, I'll give you an example of Smith & McKenzie. We opened that 7 years ago, and I'm not going to steal Nick's thunder because she's up to talk about that next. But when we opened in our first year, that was open and that was fringe, a neighbourhood. There's some residential housing within 50 or 60 metres of that outlet. So no one was quite sure. That was the first of its kind in suburban Hamilton. No one was quite sure what it was going to be like and the style and the event, or whether we're going to be a big raging nightclub or whatever it was going to be. So our hours were actually issued by the licensing authority that were an hour less than we were entitled to get at that particular time. And we had in our first year, because in your first year of operation you only get a 12-month licence, and then after that you get a renewal every three years. In that first year we had an hour less, and we took that as an opportunity to prove ourselves. We proved there was no problems over that time. They were able to come in. Obviously we weren't open when they were considering it. They were able to come in, see what sort of establishment we were, and then we were allowed to have an extra hour. And I think that's an example of the law and as it stands, working really, really well. So a 1 a.m. 7 days a week closure doesn't mean that you can't say to somebody in Glenview, for example, you're a new operator, we're not quite sure about you, you're within 50 metres, we'll give you your licence, but you can't trade past 9:30 or 10 p.m. There's scope to do that.
What about the issues that have arisen in the past with some suburban liquor outlets and the problems spilling out of their doors into the immediately surrounding residential areas? I mean, you're suggesting that there are good operators and that you're one of them, and I totally accept that.
Mm-hmm.
But equally, you would be aware of some problems that have arisen, not just in the suburban areas, I might add, but certainly in some of them, and calls from the public for more controls over that.
To be honest, I think I can remember one incident in the last 3 years. I'm not aware of major problems. I'm not. And the events and the things that come up, and that's the operators will get held accountable for. And as an industry, that's what we want. We don't want anybody that's dragging us down or causing issues. And this is partly why I'm quite passionate about this, is because we're not talking against the backdrop of lots of dramas, lots of problems in suburban areas after 11 p.m. at night. I just don't see it. And what I'm also saying is, with the drink driving laws coming into effect, we're seeing a lot less alcohol consumed in those premises and a lot more consumed at home. And these are effects that are changing the face of society as it is. So we want to obviously preserve what we've got, and we set high standards in our industry, and we want the authorities to come down hard on people who don't toe the line.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've got a question.
Deputy Mayor.
Could I just get some clarity around, you mentioned that Good George has a 3 a.m. licence.
Mm-hmm.
Is that for every day or just the Thursday, Friday or Friday, Saturday?
No, that's currently every day.
It is every day?
Yep.
Are you regarded as a suburban operation, or do you regard
Yes.
it?
Oh, well, under the new proposals, yes, we are.
So if, for example, the closing time was 1 o'clock, that would have a serious impact on your business?
No, 11 p.m. has a really serious impact, but 1 a.m. no, it doesn't. So I'm not here protesting 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights, because I think that's reasonable for our style of operation, and I think that's reasonable in suburban Hamilton.
Okay.
So I don't disagree with that. So that we will get a trim to our hours will get cut back.
And Good Neighbour, which is part of your group, which falls into that suburban category, what are the hours of limit there?
1 a.m. Currently it is 1 a.m, yes.
So those are maximum hours?
Yes.
And if there was no one there, you would close?
Oh, yes. we're running a business. If there's nobody there, we won't open. But we're also running a particular style of business as well. So we're not trying to, just because we've got a 3 a.m. at Good George, for example, doesn't mean that we, look, we've got 4 hours up our sleeve. Let's turn the music up and see what we can get out of this. This is certainly not we're not abusing the hours. They're there, and if we go a bit later, we go a bit later. But it's we just trade in normally, and that's what we want to be able to do, is trade in the style that we're currently able to.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Can you give an average, like the week, the weeknights, not Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Friday? What's your average closing time on average? You know, and I know you vary relative to custom, but sort of is there an average that you've tabulated?
During the week, most Thursdays will go to about 11:30 at night. That would be an average if we don't have anything particular on. But if there was an event, a rugby game on, or other events or activities that are happening, we might go 12:30. We might go later.
If there was a special event, and you know, you shoot me down, there is provision for an application. I mean, obviously, you know when the cricket's, you know what I mean. The crickets and then the rowing's coming up and all that.
With the changes to special events applications, they are like hen's teeth. They're very, very difficult to get. They're very expensive. They're quite time consuming for the relevant authorities to process as well. And I think we saw with Rugby World Cup, before the changes came in, the legislative changes that came in at the last minute we weren't even bothering going for a special. The conditions that you've got to go through, we'd have to, for example, at Good George, if there was a game of cricket, we would have to close at 9:30, clear out all of our public customers, then reopen and go to a ticketed only scenario. So you'd have to have a ticket to get into that event. It would cost us $560 every time we wanted to do that. We just want to be able to operate responsibly as we currently do, without having to go through a special licence process, as well as the time and the lead-in you'd have to do for those applications. It's quite an onerous task, and if I thought it was straightforward, I'd happily say, but it's not.
So the key message is the process you go through for those special, you know, say there was a scenario of 11 o'clock or midnight closing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a key event, which you can see on a calendar, it'd be pretty easy over a year to say, well, this and this, these days,
Yep.
obviously. But then the key message is just the real hassle of doing that.
It's hassle, but it's also the practicality of getting it. The bar is set so high that the particular style of event you'd have to get, it would be, we wouldn't do it. We wouldn't do it in a normal course of trading. If someone approached us and said, hey, we've got a 50th birthday party and we want to run this, we wouldn't go there. Particularly if you've got a venue that's got a function room. As a Smith & Mackenzie or a Good Neighbour, for example, if you want to have a separate function, you'd have to remove people from the downstairs. You wouldn't be able to do it in the normal shape or form.
So in summary, you're saying 1 o'clock's not going to hit? You know, you live with that.
Yes, definitely.
Midnight gets more difficult for you?
It does get more difficult. Events, they're becoming more spread across the week nowadays. We've seen with lots of sporting events, concerts at Claudelands, things like that. You've got to have flexibility to do all of those events, and you don't abuse the hours when you don't need to, because that's not good business. You put your chairs up and you knock your staff off and go home. And the later you go, the more issues, you know. So it's not something we want to. We don't go late for the heck of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're 40 minutes into the public presentations. We have 30 minutes set aside for it. So I'd ask you, we're halfway through the presenters, so I'd ask you to keep to your 3 minutes, and I'd ask members to refrain from questions, please, or we're going to be here for a long time. So the next person is Nick Elliottson. Thank you, Nick. So Nick's presenting on behalf of Smith & Mackenzie and the Good Neighbour.
Hi, my name's Nick Elliottson. I'm speaking on behalf of Smith & Mackenzie Restaurant in Chartwell and Good Neighbour in Rotorua. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed cut in suburban trading hours, which will affect both of my businesses. Smith & Mackenzie currently has a 12 midnight closing time Sunday to Thursday and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Good Neighbour has a 1 a.m. closing time 7 days a week. We employ 90 people between our two venues, including 48 full-time hospitality professionals. That includes chefs, restaurant team, bar and function staff. Our objection to the reduced hours is based on many years of trouble-free operating within these closing times. Often we don't remain open until our maximum times as we have a strong food focus, and most late-night trade is based on late-night diners finishing their meals. But we do host a lot of functions and events. These are usually corporate clients, weddings or birthday parties. The current times also allow us flexibility to cater for customers dining after sports events, concerts, field days and other events that run late. These functions often run up to and just past 11 p.m, and this is trade we wouldn't be getting if customers thought that they could be restricted and asked to leave early. We could not seat diners after 9:30 p.m. without informing them of the time constraints, which seems unreasonable, especially at peak times of the year. Smith's is a multi-award winning restaurant and 3-time winner of New Zealand Restaurant of the Year. Last year we were judged Westpac Waikato's Business of the Year. We're an example of the type of locally owned restaurant that council should be supporting and encouraging more of. We deserve to at least maintain the status quo, not get caught up in unreasonable restrictions targeting alcohol-related harm that we maintain we have nothing to do with. We sell 60% food, 10% non-alcoholic drinks and 30% alcoholic drinks, but we cannot be open and sell anything outside of our licensing hours. Our suggestion is 1 a.m. closing time 7 days a week, allowing the police, population health and the council's own licensing staff to impose earlier times on venues that have caused issues, new untested venues or the venues that have inexperienced operators. This would allow us business as usual. Since every new licence goes through a lengthy and expensive process, we do not believe that this is too onerous on authorities and would be easy to administer. We value our licence highly and consider it a privilege to hold it and have no issues with authorities imposing restrictions on other licensees if they do not meet industry standards. Please don't harm our livelihood and business in the process of imposing these restricted hours. Thank you.
Thank you. And John Lawrenson. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is John Lawrenson, as just mentioned there, and I'm the CEO of the Lawrenson Group. We currently lease 16 premises in the central city and hold 14 liquor licences. I moved to Hamilton 9 years ago with a dream of building a hospitality precinct in the city where I saw an opportunity to do so, and it's been a difficult task at times, but as alluded to, we have 14 businesses and I think certainly have created something pretty special in the city. And I'm here today because I have some serious concerns for the continued longevity of that hospitality precinct with some of the things that are being suggested by the council, specifically in this case, the one-way door policy. I won't be speaking on the LAP or on the 11 o'clock closing proposal for suburban bars. I guess not only am I concerned, but I'm also slightly confused by the need or the suggested need for a one-way door policy. Recently, the City Safe committee that meets monthly to discuss safety in the city released statistics that we had a 16% reduction in violent crime related to alcohol in the central city. We've had only in the last few days Nigel Owens mentioning what fantastic nightlife we have in Hamilton, and even Lonely Planet, one of the world's foremost travel publications, has said that Hamilton has the best nightlife of any city in New Zealand. And it's for that reason that, you know, I do wonder what exactly the issue is that we're looking to deal with here. Because as someone who is in town every Friday and Saturday night, I see thousands of people enjoying themselves and a very small number of people who get themselves into trouble and are dealt with very well and very quickly by the police. The reason that I don't support a one-way door policy is I see a couple of problems. The first, alluded to by Laurie Week earlier, is increasing conflict, and the reason for that is simple. The single biggest cause of conflict for us in town is people being denied from licensed premises. People do not like being told no. And at the moment, they're denied for reasons of intoxication. But when you deny a person, when the pub is still open, their friends are inside, maybe their boyfriend or their girlfriend, the people that they've been in town with, they don't understand the logic of that. and we see a huge amount of conflict coming out of this between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. My second concern is the fact that many nightclubs only trade from 11 p.m. until 3 a.m., which means that you are effectively damaging 25% of the period during which they can gain turnover. Now, the Lawrenson Group, for example, has had many venues that have struggled over the years. Nearly every venue I own has had loans from another venue at some point. Hamilton is not a lucrative place to do business. I own one venue in Auckland, and that one venue accounts for more than 25% of my income. You've got a number of small businesses that I simply think will not survive having something like this put in place. We've seen a lot about the struggles of the central city. I would really like the council to take us at our word that this will have a further impact. We've seen in the paper only in the last 24 hours that it's unlikely that we can look at a trial period, which means that the implementation of a one-way door would be a permanent thing. And I think that would be a serious mistake to make, considering the negative impact that it could have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Roy Chowley. Thank you. And Nathan Sweetman. So Nathan's presenting from Hospitality New Zealand.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Councillors, Mr Chairman. My name is Nathan Sweetman, and today I represent Hospitality New Zealand and the more than 60 members we have in Hamilton City. Our membership base covers bars, restaurants, taverns, nightclubs and cafes. These businesses are located right across the city in both CBD and suburban areas, and today's discussion is very important to them. As Hospitality New Zealand, we've been an active and willing contributor to the alcohol policy development in the city for a long time, and in particular over the last 3.5 years as we've worked towards this LAP development. They say timing is everything. This meeting is taking place as many of our operators get ready for the busiest Tuesday of the year, being Melbourne Cup Day. I'm sure if this gathering had taken place on any other Tuesday, we'd have another 100 people here sitting behind me. Time is short, so I'll try and keep it brief. Just wanted to talk about the one-way door policy and the hours. With regard to the one-way door, the main concern for me surrounds the fact that I believe there's little or no evidence to prove that it will cause a reduction in alcohol-related harm. In fact, as has been alluded to a couple of colleagues earlier, it may cause more harm than good. If the theory is that at 2 a.m. people leaving bars will simply go home because they can't get into another bar, I believe this to be incorrect. Operators are forecasting having to employ more staff and spend more time at the front door explaining to customers why they can't come in. This will cause more harm in and of itself. It is my firm belief that the best place for people to consume alcohol is on a controlled licensed premises, and that's in this country. That's what that's what it is. Our licensees have a wide range of laws governing how they must operate. Hospitality businesses must provide food, security, and a safe environment, all governed by a licensed manager who is responsible for everything and everyone on site. Why would we take customers out of this environment and put them on the street? The second point our members would like to raise is around suburban trading hours. The planned changes included in the proposed LAP would result in reducing hours for some businesses. In most cases, these outlets have been run effectively and hassle-free for many years without any objections from the governing authorities. What is the problem that is trying to be corrected by this arbitrary change? Our suburban operators are working very hard to keep their businesses thriving. We have award-winning bars and restaurants located in Hamilton suburbs, and they know that a reduction in hours could have an adverse effect on trade and therefore their ability to run a viable business, employ staff and keep investing. Hamilton City has a well-publicised desire to be seen as a vibrant and progressive city. The thriving nightlife, award-winning bars and restaurants and a wide variety of choice available is what makes us so cool. Why change that? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank each one of you who have contributed today for coming in and doing so. Okay, we're moving on to the minutes now. Confirmation of the minutes. Are there any comments on the accuracy of the minutes for the 22nd of September, which is page 5? Ms. Gary?
Page 11, paragraph 9, Central City Transformation Plan. I just found the wording a little confusing. The Executive Director of H3 and Events, supported by the Business Manager, spoke to the report and noted that this Central City Transformation Plan provided a vision and did not, and this is the bit I found a little bit confusing, and did not entail additional statutory powers for council or to override the district plan. What does that mean? So,
Didn't include or, yeah, should have said.
yeah. Just, is there a word missing? Because I don't know what that means.
Entails the wrong word.
Maybe it should be provide.
Okay.
Provide would be probably a better word than entail.
Okay. Swap them out. Thank you.
Anything, anyone else? Okay, is there a mover for those minutes? Thank you, councillor.
So does that mean we change that word and then we, yeah.
And seconded by councillor McPherson? All those in favour? Any against? Okay, now the accuracy of the minutes for the 29th of September. Is there a mover for those minutes? Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor Chesterman. All those in favour? Any against? Okay. We'll move on to item 6. It's the Older Persons Advisory Panel Report. We'd like to welcome Professor Peggy Koopman-Boyd, who's the chair, supported by DD. So we'll take the report as read and leave it to you to give us an overview. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you for asking me to speak to it, councillors, the Mayor, and especially Councillor Young, who is on our committee. Thank you. I'm not going to go through it. You will note that our panel meets 4 or 5 times a year. Currently, we're working on a communication plan. We have, however, in the last year, our major achievement has been the publication of our plan for older people in Hamilton, and we have also given specific advice to the council. I think at this point I would inform the council that we are very proud of it. We are being asked by other cities for advice on how they might do their plan. I'm being interviewed in Wellington tomorrow to talk about it. So really it's up to you to follow on incorporating into your plans what we have put in ours. And I would point to your current one on transformation. And so what I'm saying is we're now at a point where the advisory panel has given some advice to the council, and it's up to you to perhaps look through how that will continue.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Mallett?
Thanks, Peggy. You just talked about your communication plan. What's the intent and content of that?
The communication plan is to improve the communication of Hamilton City Council with and from older people. And so we're working through how to increase the communication from older people in ways that may be more accessible to them. For example, older people use the radio a lot. And also to older people. For example, in an emergency, how would the council get quickly to older people?
Okay, so your communication plan will come back with kind of one paragraph on emergencies, another paragraph on community events, another paragraph on how to get in touch with your councillors.
Yeah, it could.
So that's the sort of content.
That's the type of content, yes.
Okay, so and who will do the plan? You guys will do the plan,
Yes,
and then
yes.
and say this is what we want. And
Well, this is what we advise you would
Okay.
be a good idea to do. For example, just the size font of a lot of the council's publications and the colour combinations and so on. People who are colourblind, you have to ponder whether they can read the colour graphs.
You got them? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes, Peggy, thanks. When you presented the old person's plan to this council a few months back, I and others raised some points about the lack of inclusion of any reference to accommodation being an issue that older people were concerned with, and also, to a lesser extent, health, a lesser extent only in the sense that there was less comment on it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily less important. And one of the comments you made, I'm certainly paraphrasing what you said, was that that was something that in future the panel would be paying some attention to. Has that happened yet?
No, insofar as we've turned our attention to the communication plan, and I think it is advisable for the council itself. I understand that they are having a report on social housing. Deanne, you might put me straight on that.
If I may, through the chair. So I might just clarify that the older person's plan that's being developed is a council plan. It's not an interagency or out there across the community plan. It's a council-led plan. So all the actions that are within that older person's plan are actually actions that we as an organisation have to take effect for. With regards to, there will be a draft report or a report coming back to council in December around the Hamilton Strategic Social Housing Plan, which is being led by the social housing sector.
So going on back to the actual issue, which was the older person's panel and housing issues as they relate to older people, and thanks for reminding me that it's the council plan. The council certainly got that as a major plank, so why wouldn't the older person's panel be asked by council to consider its views on accommodation?
Well, that's up to the council.
Okay, so the council hasn't asked you, even though last time you said that it was something the committee would be addressing. I'm trying to find out who's driving who, or is everyone passing the buck to everyone else?
No, the advisory panel which I chair is answerable to the Hamilton City Council. We have a very clear set of terms of reference, and if you wish us to advise you specifically on social housing, then we will be expected to do that. But I would have to inform the council now, and I have the minutes before me, where we did discuss social housing, as Councillor McPherson knows, in September and November of last year. The persons are a very good representation of older people and people interested in older people on the advisory panel, and have an enormous array of views on the topic. And I would suggest that you may have the same diversity around the council. As the chair, I could perhaps force a consensus, but we live in a democracy, and if you want me to write down all those diverse views, we can do that. But I think the time is for the City Council to recognise that the advisory panel has done its best on this one, and maybe you need to follow through other reports.
Well, no, I wish to follow through at the moment. The report in front of us and the comments that are in front of us, and the report that was presented a few months ago, which this arises from, and I'd like to put something to you. Two members of the advisory panel have approached me since that last meeting, and informed me that at one stage there was a draft report which included references to housing for older people, not particular points of view on what should happen, but simply a reference to that being an issue that was of concern to elderly people, and that was removed and obviously wasn't present in the final report. So I would like you to comment on whether that's your recollection of the situation.
That may have been the case. There was indeed many other things that were originally in a draft, which were in the final document not included.
So if they were at one point included, then presumably council either asked you to or gave you permission to include them in there, since your writing instructions were the brief from council staff.
No, I am an independent chair, and what is included is what the committee decides, the panel.
the committee itself can then decide to deal with housing. Earlier you said if council wants it discussed, we need to tell you that.
If you wish to alter our terms of reference, so be it.
But you have the ability yourself to raise that as an issue.
If you ask me to, as part of the terms of reference, I, as the chair of that panel, either undertake the terms of reference or I don't.
You've just said,
Yeah.
Professor, that the council can decide what it the committee can decide what it discusses. And I'm asking, and certainly two members at least have asked why that item that was down for discussion didn't appear in the final draft. So I'm trying to find out how on earth one could get the Committee for Older Persons to discuss housing as it applies, whether it's an issue for older people. And it seems like I'm getting two different answers here.
If I may.
I want to know, do I have to convince or the people who think the committee should deal with it? And I'm not talking about the outcome, I'm just talking about discussing it and identifying the issues. Who should we approach? Should we get council to tell you to do it, or should we just go straight to the committee and say, would you please do it?
Excuse me, could I refer that to the General Manager for an answer?
Well, I hope so.
Well, I think, and Lance may wish to add to this, but obviously the panel responds to terms of reference that council has set. So it may be a matter that the council wishes to relook at the terms of reference. If there are things not covered in the terms of reference that the council wishes to have included, that's the place where the panel would then respond to.
So can you confirm that everything in the report that we received in September, October, or whenever it was late last year, was in the terms of reference and therefore requested by council, or were other matters that weren't in the terms of reference also dealt with by the committee?
We were asked to write a plan for older people in Hamilton. I have read probably about 20 plans of 20 plans for 20 cities in New Zealand, and it would be technically viewed as a plan for older people in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that answer. You've read these other ones, but what's the point? I'm trying to find out how one could get housing or accommodation for elderly people, and health for that matter, discussed, because at least some people around this table regard them as important issues, and many people around the city, and I'm not trying to put numbers or percentages on this, but certainly many people regard them as important issues for elderly people, and they've certainly been raised with this council by elderly people.
If I may, through the chair, if I just reiterate again that the Old Persons Plan that has been developed by the Older Persons Advisory Panel is a council plan. So it's not a plan whereby we're engaging with a whole range of stakeholders externally to the organisation. This is about a plan that we as an organisation, as Hamilton City Council, have to give effect to. Now, housing may have been put into the plan, but a previous decision had already been made by council around selling that portfolio, and there's a process that's already in place around that. So if we were to put in a plan, if there was housing...
Point of order, sorry, I am not talking about council housing. I have never raised that point. I've been very careful not to. You've raised that. I'm talking about housing or accommodation for elderly people in the city. That includes council housing, state housing, private housing, mostly private housing, in fact. So I'm not talking about what you're referring to.
So if I can still make my point, and as I spoke about before, the strategic social housing plan that will be presented to council in December, that's been led with the social housing sector, will actually take into account housing for elderly within that plan itself, which will actually pick up on the points that you've just raised, Councillor McPherson.
So the upshot really is that our committee for our elderly people in the city is not going to be addressing housing for elderly people as an issue, is not going to be addressing health for elderly people as an issue. It's a plan that without those two issues considered in that, and the City Council is not prepared perhaps to suggest that they should be looking at that. And the committee does not think it should look at them. I'm putting that statement forward for comment.
I'll pass it on to the General Manager, but my understanding is the terms of reference are quite general.
Yes,
And-
they are, and quite a lot of things could be fitted within them if the committee chose.
May I help, Chair?
Yes, sure.
Because I think actually the wrong information's been given.
Go ahead.
If a council committee would like one of the advisory panels to particularly look at an issue, then they can ask the advisory panel, whichever one it is, to assist by doing that.
Has that ever been raised with any committee of council that we had that ability?
So there is, if I may finish, so there is an operating guideline in relation to how communication comes up, i.e. advice from advisory panels, and how communication, i.e. requests, goes down. And the democracy staff know that, and the staff that support the advisory panels know that. So, and Chair, I'm just looking to the chair of the committee, Strategy and Policy Committee, because Councillor, you're aware of that process, and we have sent stuff down.
You may well be aware of it.
So if I may finish.
A year ago, sorry, point of order, Mr.
So
Chair,
if I
point of
may-
order.
I'll hit the point of order.
A year ago, the same issues were raised in the same meeting, same forum, in this room. And we were given an undertaking by the committee chair, who's acting on behalf of the council, we're told, that those issues would be discussed in the future. And I'm merely trying to find out when they will be discussed. Now we're being told about a different process. And the committee chair over there, Councillor O'Leary, was there and heard all of that. So
sorry,
what's happening is that nothing is being done about them, and now we're getting a different set of excuses.
What's the point of order?
That was my point of order.
Okay.
What is it?
Can we go back to you now?
So what's the point of order and how are you going to rule?
That was my point of order.
So anyway, Chair, if I may, I'm simply
Excuse
just trying to assist with the process. I've got no comment about the topic. I simply heard something about terms of reference, but actually we can ask the advisory panels for advice on topics if we want. I was merely trying to assist from a procedural matter, and the democracy staff would have been able to help you with that.
Okay. Angela, you finished? Yeah. Okay, Dave, any more questions?
It's pointless because there's a lot of duck shoving going on. No one's willing to take responsibility. I don't mind. No.
Excuse me, questions.
Yeah. This is a comment to you, Mr. Chair, or through you. I do not mind if I lose a debate. What I do mind is not being able to have the debate. I have not been given in one whole year the opportunity to have the discussion, nor has any other councillor, about whether or not someone should address that issue.
Okay, this is question time. Debate is coming.
Thanks.
Okay, so do you have any more questions?
I was practising.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Gallagher.
Under the previous advice, I noticed that you've given input into the Frankton neighbourhood libraries plan, etc., etc. So I get that the elder person's advisory council is advising on specific issues.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the question is, are you happy that the older person's advisory group has been adequately engaged in terms of specific issues, and are there ways in which, from the panel's point of view, we as a council could improve or refine the interaction with you in order to maximise the role of this advisory group?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Thank you. Two things. The advisory panel that was set up last year is somewhat different than the Council for Elders. It has professional expertise in this area. From memory, I don't think any member of the council here, apart from, I think, Councillor Young, Councillor Chesterman and the Mayor, has turned up to any one of our meetings. Whereas under the previous regime, we had several people who would turn up, and I would welcome people to come. You do not have voting rights. We don't have a vote, but I would certainly welcome your point of view in a restricted time, because we only meet for 2 hours. Secondly, I would, and my last comment, Chair, I would like to see what we have done followed up in your plans. here is your transformation plan, and I think the most interesting bit of it is the 20-minute neighbourhood. Nowhere in there can I find the most important things we said on our older people's plan. The goal was to make Hamilton a desirable place for older people to live, and there were 3 words that I'd like to see written in here: accessible, safe and inclusive. And I think if you said that Hamilton is a very accessible town, I can park in the middle of Hamilton and do about 6 shops in an hour. You can't do that in Auckland. It's very accessible. I'm hoping it's accessible for wheelchairs and motor scooters, mobility scooters as well. It's safe, and you've heard the hospitality industry tell you that, and inclusive. So why don't you skate about it in here? Thank you.
Just the other question, not wanting to get into the debate or the discussion about social housing for older people and the challenges, the demographic, increase of ageing of population. How best would elected members, perhaps if you like, glean or be aware of the cross-section of views, all right? Because to a degree what you're saying is the older person's advisory panel is probably reflective, I suspect, maybe, of a range of viewpoints within the older community. And I'm just trying to think, so I think that's what Councillor McPherson is trying to arrive at, is I'm just trying to work out, you're an advisory panel. I recognise that other groups doing a lot of work, but this is our, this is our panel, all right? Advisory, different from the Elders Council, different beast entirely. How do we sort of tune in, if you like, to that discussion, I guess, that you've obviously already had? And is it better just to be aware of an agenda item, turn up to a meeting, or is it better to sort of send you a specific question?
Okay. It's quite a difficult group to chair. If you think that older people are from right across the ethnic groups, they span 65 years to up to 100. They are rurals and city people. They are very active and not. And we are expected to think about that age group from 65 to 100, as opposed to another 35 gap, which might be from, say, 20 to 55 or 20 to whatever. So it's quite difficult, which is why the Hamilton City Council has very wisely asked us to write a communications plan. So just give us a little bit of time and we will formally answer your question. How the Hamilton City Council can listen to older people better and communicate with the older people better.
And just one very quick final question. It's around the opportunity which I perceive, and you've mentioned in various discussions with different individuals, around, the notion of any city, being up there as an age-friendly city that benefits everyone. I mean, obviously don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think
I think
any messages for us how we...
Yes, I think in the council of 20 years from now will be debating this issue a lot more. And so you have to get ready for a larger percentage of older people. And I do not see a picture of a mobility scooter in here. But, some people will be going to work on mobility scooters. Some people will be working until they're 80, and it might be some of you. So we have to really think about what it's going to change in the economy. Most older people on the old age pension, and that's their major income, spend it in the environment. And it's actually quite useful to Hamilton to know that, how many older people you've got with that income, and to know that they are actually a stabilising force with lots of wisdom, which, like myself, who also hold a gold card, can volunteer to assist in some way.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Professor Peggy Koopman-Boyd. Indeed. Okay, I refer you to the recommendation on page 29.
I'll move.
So moved by
Second.
Deputy Mayor Chesterman and seconded by Councillor Yong. Okay, would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor McPherson.
I'm going to be consistent with my comments about a year ago. I'm not prepared to support the report of an organisation looking at issues of older people unless I see that they're paying attention to all issues that affect older people without fear or favour. It is clear to me from comments that I've had from members of the committee since the last meeting a year ago, just over a year ago I think, that drafts were done that included references at least to accommodation issues, not to the desired outcome, because there are differences and I totally accept that, but to the fact that it was an issue facing elderly people, and that within council, not the committee itself, within council that issue was pulled out from the draft. So the committee, what went back to the committee for final approval before presenting to council was something that it had references to accommodation for elderly people excluded. I don't know who exactly did that, but I know where in the council that draft report went. I think that there's been deliberate actions within council to exclude accommodation from the subject matter of this body. I think there has been an omission in relation to health issues, which are equally, perhaps of greater importance. I wouldn't like to pit the two against each other. I think it is ludicrous to suggest that council has an older person's plan that doesn't include some reference to those two areas being issues facing elderly people, particularly with the acknowledged growth in the elderly age in this population in our city. And I'm not prepared to support a plan that doesn't start looking at addressing those. I'm particularly not prepared to support a report now being received by council a year later after being promised that at least the accommodation issue would be looked at, that has no more reference to it than it did a year ago. I think that we've got a sanitised report here that's being done to suit the needs of certain people and groups within council, not to suit the needs of the elderly in the city, and I won't be supporting it.
Any other speakers? Yes, Councillor Mallett.
Thanks, Councillor King. I've got a little bit of sympathy for what Dave's saying in terms of the housing issue, because currently the Hamilton City Council is in the business of pensioner housing, but I think we've got to be really, really careful when we start talking about health, because we have no mandate whatsoever in the health region, and we have no expertise, we have no, and in fact I think it would be a real retrograde step for us to try and stampede our way into an area that we have no expertise in. So I think we've got to be very careful of understanding where our jurisdiction lies and where our jurisdiction does not lie.
I can only take a comment if it's a clarification on something that's been said.
Yes, as the chair, I am required to be an independent chair. I'm also a university professor, and I have not received any interference from the council, and if that can be proven, I stand down.
Thank you.
Secondly, I would bring to your notice, and only the second point, I am chair appointed by the Waikato District Health Board to chair their advisory group as well, and I can assure you that at a personal level and professional level, I inform them of some of the things that you are discussing, and vice versa among our advisory panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm just going to address, look, I think the report is good, and I think that the panel is doing great work, and it's really good to hear that the chair is being approached by other councils to offer advice on them setting up a plan. Look, on the 7th of July S&P meeting, I went to great lengths to inform this committee, of which Councillor McPherson was present that day, on the work that I'd been doing with the chairs of all of our advisory panels to make sure that they were happy with the terms of reference and the processes on getting information from this committee down to the advisory panels and getting information from the advisory panels to this committee. I spoke in detail on, during my presenting my verbal chairs report, which of course is on YouTube, about the conversations that I've had and about the steps going forward. The reason that I did that was so that this committee at any time can send an action to any advisory panel if they wanted them to look at something. The advisory panels, I meet with the advisory panels at the start of the year to talk about the S&P work program and what I think that they might want to comment on. But I made it very clear that any member at this committee is able at any time to put forward an idea that they want that an advisory panel to look at. They just have to get the support for it. So that's up to them to do that. That process is there. It has been there and it hasn't changed. So I find the questioning of the advisory panel chair today quite inappropriate, given the process is there. Councillor McPherson simply needs to raise the idea, put it to the vote and get the support.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I think, albeit the discussion's been robust, I think it does focus us on how we maximise the value of particularly the Older Persons Advisory Council, and I think Professor Peggy Coopman-Boyden also made mention around the, if I can use the word, Hamilton being a showcase, the huge opportunity we have to be an age-friendly city, and this benefits all of the population. I do philosophically disagree, surprise, surprise, with Councillor Mallett, in the sense that I think that as a council, while we don't deliver a particular service, and in fact in terms of pension housing we're by majority getting out of that, that does not stop us from being strong advocates, one, having the data, the information, the advice which groups, including the Older Persons Advisory Council, can provide us, and obviously then going to the District Health Board, to the Minister, to relevant government agencies, not-for-profit sector, to say these are the needs in our city. So I think that's very, very important, and I do acknowledge Peggy's challenge or invitation for councillors, and myself included, to go and sit in on one or two of those meetings. I think would be valuable. However, I certainly look forward to perhaps being very specific around this area, and I think there's further work that the Older Persons Advisory Council could do in terms of the sort of issues of, as I understand it, in terms of the demographics moving forward, and how we better provide for older people, particularly in terms of the accommodation area. And the other telling thing that I think Professor Coopman-Boyden made to us was that, we had the Central City Transformation Plan, and she quoted, an example of a leaflet, and how that the Older Person Advisory had input into it, but that hadn't apparently seemed to have carried through into that particular publication. So I guess, what I want to constructively do is a bit of a fine-tune. How do we better tune in and take on board the input of this Advisory Council, acknowledging some positive work that they have done? And with regard to the division or diversity of views around, say, for example, provision of social housing for older Hamiltonians, shouldn't be afraid for an Advisory Council to come back, if you like, with a variety of views, which is probably reflective of the variety of views in the wider population. So I don't think that exercise would be particularly harmful, and I respect that there will be a variety of views as is reflected in a broader community on some of those issues. And if there's a division or difference, that also possibly could be reported into this council.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I was interested to hear Councillor Gallagher say the discussion has been robust. I actually say it's been offensive and insulting to the Chair, who is an internationally recognised gerontologist, and I felt uneasy through this debate. And to suggest a sanitised report, I think, is a disgraceful matter for a councillor to raise in this chamber for someone of Professor Peggy Coopman-Boyden's international reputation. Now, I understand, and I can be corrected, that there is a social housing plan that's being prepared shortly to come to council. Can I ask our executive, Deanne, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it would seem to me that a more polite way of Councillor McPherson getting across his political points would be to ask the Older Persons Advisory Panel to have a look and contribute to that particular report. Because
Point of order, Mr Chair. Now that the Deputy Mayor has named me, even though he was alluding to me before, I believe he should be reporting accurately there. And I have not raised my political views on social housing or council housing at all. I've been very careful to complain only about the process of the subject matter not being brought up, not to do with my views as a councillor on that, which are a different matter. We haven't even got to the point of being able to discuss them yet. I've only raised concerns about the process.
Thank you. Can you continue?
The chairperson's report that we have, and we're being asked to simply receive the report, is a historical document. It is the second time, and I will name him to remove any lack of clarity around it, that Councillor McPherson last time made the same points in the same tone. I just wished he could find another way of being a bit more polite around it in front of someone with the reputation of Professor Koopman-Boyden. And I've just made a simple suggestion to move it forward, is that this council, this committee, whoever you like, could simply ask the Older Persons Advisory Panel to please participate in the social housing plan, which hasn't yet, to my knowledge, been drafted. Now, that's a way of moving it forward in a more polite manner, instead of attacking, if you like, the chair of this committee advisory panel, which is a voluntary. These are people that we gather in the community to come and give us advice, unlike councillors who get well paid for what they do.
Any other speakers? Okay. I'll refer, I'm putting this to the vote. So those for the motion.
So we just received the report, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
What we're doing.
Yes.
Well, the motion's been put, okay, so, and it's page 29 to staff recommendation. So you're basically receiving the report, okay? So those for? Anyone against? Thank you. Okay, we're going back to the public forum. I'm sorry somebody was missed. Stephen King of Drug and Alcohol Advisory Rehabilitation. Stephen, it's 3 minutes. The bell will ring at 2.5 minutes, and you need to wind up by the second bell, which is at 3 minutes, and there will be no questions. We've gone well over time.
Oh, thank you very much. And firstly, I got scratched, so my apology because I didn't follow procedure, councillors, and thank the chair. So I appreciate you giving me this time, and I'll be quick and brief. So with regards to where I come from, I work in the alcohol and drug treatment sector, and so I bring a slightly different point of view to the other speakers about this. So I just want to say that what I'm wanting to see is an increased reduction in harm for people with alcohol and drug-related problems, alcohol in this case. I want to talk briefly and well about the change, or some recommended change, to get back to 9 p.m. closing for off licences, which is something I support. I'm really keen to see the clock of when people go out drinking and when they finish socialising wound back somewhat, and I see that getting back to 9 o'clock may and well and help that also address people who sideload and preload before going out to on licences. So that brings the clock back round in that way. I think people want to plan ahead for their drinking, and if they fail to do that, that they don't act out impulsively and go and buy more grog when they run out. or deliberately go and purchase at an off licence to get cheaper priced booze before they go out in the town. So I'm really keen to see that happen. I think it'll also help with the on licences, with people then needing to, if they want to go on into the later evening, actually going into licensed premises. The second point I want to bring to your attention is the one-way door policy, which is something that I support. And I support it, once again, on the basis of tweaking a reduction in harm. I don't know whose eyes some of the other people were talking about, but mine, I've been downtown, and I still see, as the police put it a number of years ago, the zoo in activity. I see drunkenness and intoxication, and I see harm. And so one-way door policy for me is about filtering people out of the bar to transportation and getting away. I think it's important to recognise that intoxication is still a very moot kind of understanding of what is and what isn't. Now, I come from a trained background in alcohol and drug addiction, and that ability of choice is removed by the onset of use of alcohol, and it starts from early in the, say, from the second or third drink, their ability to make a personal choice about whether they want another drink or not, and I think that needs to be recognised. Their ability to continue with a positive choice about, have I had enough and is it time to go? So, and then it moves into a blackout stage. So I'll just move quickly past that. So I want to see people filtering out, as somebody said, filtering out naturally already, but I want more control about that filtering out, and I'm pretty sure that that can be helpful and better managed than what it currently is. People need to work the next day. I'm concerned in the sense of harm to the wider family, and people are getting home earlier so that they're more work ready in the morning and ready to go and play soccer with the kids on Saturday and Sunday, because all those things come into play with people drinking to the very early hours. In those terms, I'm disappointed that the trial, as in the newspaper today, suggests that we can't have a trial, because I was moved by the notion of us creating more research about what difference it makes. And if I had my way, we would go for a year and we would have the police track that data and less problems within the city. And finally, I just want to make comment to some of the others today. I see a real anomalies in some providers, and I would mention the Good George and others who are responsible providers of liquor, and I see that their business is well managed. They're responsible providers, and I see a wide range of different providers. So just in relationship to suburban bars, I think there's a real difference between the types of businesses that arrive, and the further out they go, I'm worried about the support that some of those suburban areas will get from the likes of the police and anybody else with later night serving of alcohol, versus a responsible provider who's just on the periphery of the CBD. So I just wanted to raise that point with you. I hope that's been helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. And we now go to the Hamilton City Safety Plan Update Report. Item 7. So thank you, Deanne and Calvin. We'll take it that the report has been read. We have external guests here today. We have Sandy Turner, we have Inspector John Kelly, and I understand Julie Nelson from the People's Project has a presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Inspector John Kelly from the police and co-CEO from Wises Group, as well as the lead from the People's Project, will give a verbal update around the People's Project for elected members. And of course, Sandy Turner will be here to answer any questions if there's anything raised specifically around the business sector, as with the any questions to be raised in regards to the police. I take the report as read. I think over the last 12 months since the actual implementation of the Hamilton Central City Safety Plan, we've had a number of significant wins over that period of time. We've had the adoption of the Safety in Public Places bylaw and the litter infringement policy. We've had the increased foot patrols from the police. And an increased police presence in the CBD area, the review of the City Safe team, and the new implementation of the new approach and the new look of what the City Safe team actually wear, and of course the implementation of the People's Project, which went live in August of last year, and new signage, as well as the responsiveness of the graffiti eradication program, has all proved to be actions that have been put in place in that 12 months that has actually contributed to improving the public's perception of safety in the CBD area. Probably one of the key points that I'd like to make is that we're tracking the right way, which is essential. However, we need to keep the foot on the accelerator to ensure that that momentum continues over the next 3 years. I would also like to thank our key stakeholders who have been working closely with Council over the last 12 months and achieving some of these actions that have been put in place and actually contributing to the improvement of the public safety within the CBD area. So I'll hand it over to Julie now and she can give a verbal update around the People's Project.
Thanks, Steve. Good afternoon. Worship the Mayor and Councillors and Chairman. Look, firstly, I think these processes, I've been sitting here for the last 2.5 hours actually, and it's been an interesting process to have the opportunity to come before the Council. So firstly, I wanted to just acknowledge the City Council, the Mayor and the Councils for your stewardship that you've shown around ensuring a safer city and that people are treated respectfully. It's more than bylaws that where the human element comes into the equation, and that's where the People's Project comes in. And our challenge as a city was wanting and believing we could have the safest city in New Zealand. It's often been said a measure of a great society is one that cares for its most vulnerable. That being said, why wouldn't we deal with the big issues? When legal highs were readily available in our community, we could see the dramatic impact on individuals, families and communities. The devastation was obvious, and for some, there has been a lasting effect. In some cases, the system has let families down. The definition of homelessness is defined by Stats New Zealand. It includes people who are sleeping rough, living in cars or temporary accommodation, such as hostels, backpackers and night shelters, or couch surfing with friends and whānau. So how big is the problem here in Hamilton? The New Zealand Coalition to End Homelessness estimates that 1 in every 120 New Zealanders may experience insecure, unsafe housing. Therefore, in Hamilton, that could be as many as 1,200. We believe it's more around 700. Homelessness is an issue here in New Zealand and, yes, here in Hamilton. Last week, we had the founder of the Housing First model, Dr. Sam Sabasi, visiting from the States. What Sam couldn't believe, which was fundamentally different to the States model, was what we are doing here in Hamilton, and the multi-agency approach. The key difference is the governance role and the leadership from the City Council, the District Health Board, Primary Health, Police, Corrections, MSD, Children and Young Persons, Te Puni Kōkiri, the Business Association, our group and the community. City Hall at the table with the central government agencies and other social agencies, the collective impact of everyone working to a common focus of ending homelessness by 2016. Homelessness is something you either manage or you end. What is true to ending homelessness is not rocket science, actually. It's about getting people into housing first and then tailoring support services around them. We often focus on services first, not housing. To end homelessness, we need to focus on housing first. So managing homelessness in temporary arrangements such as shelters or free meals does not end homelessness, let's be clear. So today the city should feel proud of what we have achieved together as one team. We have shown not just New Zealand but the world what can be achieved by multiple agencies working together with some of our most vulnerable populations. And we shouldn't underestimate how special and how unique this is. We also have research and evaluation running alongside this project. As of today, we have housed 125 individuals and families, and we have 91% of those people still remaining in their housing. The total number of people that we have been working with since August 2014 is 388. The majority of people have been housed through the private sector, actually, 81%. Housing New Zealand, where it's income related, 13%, and social housing, 6%, and the City Council, 1%. So the People's Project has a plan. It's a high-level plan, of which that was signed off this week. And that is to actually bring all those agencies together to actually look at operating differently, and we will continue to focus on how we can disrupt the system in order to build solutions and end homelessness. And I just wanted to also leave you with some of the thinking around, coming together on things like this at the beginning. Staying together is progress and working together is success, and we can do this. So I'm really, and I spoke to the council actually probably a year ago, and I was asked when in 2016 would we end homelessness. I think you and Councillor Wilson, you asked me that. I believe we will do this by December 2016, and we should feel proud of that because this is achievable. So I'm happy to take questions. If there's any questions.
There's also Inspector John Kelly and from the police and Sandy Turner here from Hamilton Central Business Association, which questions could be directed to as well if required. Councillor Tubin.
Yeah, thanks, Jerry. You mentioned that there's still 91% of those persons who you found housing for are still in that. What happened to the other 9%?
The other 9%, some of those people would have actually returned back to situations like prison, or would have actually failed, and some of those people would have gone back into care, other care type arrangements. So, the international literature would tell you that 88% is a success rate, so we're tracking well above that. Yeah, but it's still not, we would love it to be 100%, but I guess one of the things that we are aware of is the complexity of the issues that we're dealing with are pretty significant. So for some of those people, the transition does not succeed the first time. I think the importance is that we actually don't give up on people.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Julie, and I congratulate you on the approach that you've just outlined right in the last sentence there, which also is in here. And I'm very glad to say that some parts of the city are looking at the issues of accommodation. Do you do a sort of an age range or analysis in here? Are there elderly people in the definition of 65 plus in the groups that you're working with? Sure. What portions are they? That sort of thing.
Sure. I mean, certainly what we have, and on the profile there is some data on the back of that, but
yeah.
I'm sure that's come through. But we've had one person who was over 65, and they were housed through pensioner housing. The majority of people are actually in the lower age group, so you would see probably their most significant cohort would be in their 50s, but we've actually got that data that we can actually break down. Again, the majority would be men, but we are seeing we're seeing a growing number of women, and typically it would be a high percentage of men as well, which would not be of surprise to you.
No, unfortunately. No. Yeah, thanks.
Deputy Mayor Chesterman.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Look, I've just got three questions. Firstly, to Julie, I know this isn't your responsibility, but there is another trust feeding people in Hood Street, and initially that trust was about, at least the public perception was, feeding the homeless. But it seems there are sort of maybe up to 100 people per night being fed in there. Do you have any link with that trust? Is there any research that might support, well, it's people who don't have the wherewithal to feed themselves coming in from the suburbs? What do we know about that, or is that a question to the other trust?
Look, I do know the trust, and we have conversations because I think the name is actually quite confusing in terms of what we're doing, and I think a lot of people get confused about the Hamilton Homeless Trust. I think one of the things that I mentioned before, you can manage homelessness, and you do that by having those public forums where people can have meals. I think that many of the people that go there are not homeless. They are, in fact, poor, working poor, and I think that's a different issue. And I think that some of the social service agencies, we would do well to actually wrap some services around people going there and understanding what some of the issues are. I'm not sure that, supporting people in those type of settings is what we should be promoting.
Okay.
It does not end homelessness.
Okay, and just two remaining questions. In terms of the CCTV, what is the arrest picture now? I mean, is the network, Kelvin, helping to identify cases of criminality, assaults or whatever? So are there any stats around leading to arrests of people?
Not so much leading directly to arrest. It's a level of interventions the CCTV provides us opportunity to take part in. That is, can we get into it early before an incident's actually unfolding and we can have an intervention? Is it of a significance where we can call in the police at an early stage to have an intervention? It's more about can we prevent and intervene rather than are we looking at the arrest? The arrest and prosecution on a graduated response triangle is really the last option when everything else has failed along the way. So
Okay.
we're looking at that in a different approach.
Thank you. And the last question is around the graffiti. Thank you for those figures. It's quite a staggering series of numbers. And I know we've had it before, but are you able to indicate the current cost? I thought it was around 600,000, but has it climbed up? Is it climbing? Is it static or is it decreasing? Do we know?
Look, I'm going very much off the top of my head for a new asset that I've recently inherited, but it's, I think, $680,000 all up. But there is some self-generation with it, with some work, particularly with a major contract along the Kiwi Rail network where they generate income as part of that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. On page 34, we're told that police prevention activity has near doubled in the CBD. And then we've talked about police foot patrols and directed patrolling. Is that the nature of the doubling of the CBD policing?
Yes, a deliberate tactic by the police in conjunction with the City Safe. We have directed patrolling, which is mobile and foot patrol in the CBD. It has increased our presence 24/7. So that is your answer, Councillor.
Is that sustainable? So that will continue. It would seem that, I assume that that's one of the big things that's had an impact. Is that for 6 months, or is that sustainable to continue on forever, or for as long as we?
While there is certainly an issue in the city, and while we cooperate in making the city a safer place, it absolutely is sustainable.
To what extent, if you wind that down, do you think the problems will come back?
That's a very good question, so I couldn't answer that one.
Okay, thank you. What's in that same paragraph we talk about has led to a significant reduction in offending and victimisation. What's the difference between those two? Those are the same thing, are they, or not?
No, offending may be about an individual person. Victimisation may go much wider than just the individual who is the subject of the offence.
So give us an example.
If you are in a group and one person gets assaulted, there's victimisation goes across everyone who's.
Oh, because you see it and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
If you have young children or families involved or witnesses, they are part of the victimisation process.
Okay. And also the last bullet point, council's approved a 3-year multi-year grant, 180,000 to Zeal. Can you just remind me, please, what the programs are that they provide?
The grant that's been approved through the multi-year grant is actually for the operational sustainability of that organisation. So they actually deliver a wide range of youth-related projects around using music and art. They have on-the-ground youth workers that are out there in the community working. So our grant contributes to the delivery of that organisation, all the services that they provide.
And
We're
so-
just one funder that actually contribute to that organisation.
So what, you've got reasonably firm, okay, because it's in the report regarding Central City safety, yeah. So presumably you can give examples of how that work helps Central City safety.
So they'll be directly working with the young people within the CBD area, which is a priority moving forward. That's been identified as part of the city safety plan. So the work.
So what's an example of the sort of stuff they do then?
It is around re-engaging youth back into, so if they're actually dropped out of school or they're not engaged in education or some sort of training, that's part of the work that Zeal will actually do alongside other youth providers that actually deal with young people who are actually disengaged from either education or further training or an employment. So that is the biggest concern for us here in the CBD area.
Okay, so how does that differ from what SIFs do and what truancy officers do and all sorts of things?
So Child, Youth and Family are a legislated organisation to deal specifically with youth issues who have been disengaged from their family. Very different service delivery. The truancy service is working with predominantly recidivist truants, which is a very different approach from what the truancy officers, which historically used to be in place probably 5 or 6 years ago. So MOE have become a little bit more targeted with at-risk families, if you want to call it that. So there are different service delivery. So what Zeal actually do are actually working in a different space and actually encouraging young people into the space that they've got across within the CBD area here, and actually work and using art and or training and employment through historical contracts that they had with MSD around re-engaging young people back into either some sort of educational training or employment.
So what sort of programs do they do again?
Well, they were
Music
actually
and stuff.
delivering the barista course program. So that's actually dealing with working with young people and training and upskilling them in a barista. They were delivering some of that activity within the CBD area and also down the end of Anglesey Street. They've got a youth...
What activities were those? The barista stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's around
So
around training and employment that actually leads to a pathway into employment. So they're just one of the aspects. I mean, they do a range of activities. My team's gone, so...
Okay.
So we'll continue to work with Zeal, but I will reiterate that they are just one provider in the CBD area that will work proactively with young people.
So, Chair, I'm sure that Zeal would be very happy to host Councillor Mallett. Some of us have been down there, and I think it would be very useful for him to be offered a first-hand experience to see the facility and to ask those questions of the leaders of the organisation. I've been very impressed with the work of Zeal, but I'm just wondering, Chair, if you'd like to see if the council would like to take up an offer if it were to be made.
Okay, it's question time. Councillor Pascoe.
Yep, thank you, Chair, and I'd like to congratulate Julie and her team with the People's Project, and certainly the journey and the success that I'm hearing about. The question that I've got is, I note you've got your collaborating partners in the second paragraph there. How and should the People's Project be interfacing with the people at the coalface, such as the men's and women's night shelters and the food kitchens? I understand a couple of the church groups who were providing lunches have ceased doing that now, although there's still, I think, 3 doing that. So I guess my question is, should you be interfacing with them? And if the answer to that is yes, as I hope it is, how successful is that?
Well, certainly we are interfacing with all of the social service agencies, and I guess one of the, whether it's the men or the women's night shelter, it's really important that we actually work with people. And one of the things that Peter would actually talk about is the number of people we've housed from the night shelter into permanent housing. So I think that's been a real success. And I think, you know, it's not about the night shelters not required. I think some of those organisations may need to consider repurposing, and which is what the plan talks about. It talks about looking at being much more contemporary and much more appropriate to the populations that may actually require that. So it is really important for us to actually work with all of those agencies, and I think that people started feeding people from the goodness of their heart. And I think what we do know now is that that does not assist long term. It actually, you know, there's many people that drive up there that, you know, have meals, and I think we do need to actually get to the bottom of that and look at what are some of the other things that people require. I mean, the red vans and the Home Direct, I mean, they're massive contributors to people's personal debt because they drive into neighbourhoods where they just give an enormous credit run, you know, up to, you know, $250, $500, $1,000, $2,000, and that's where people get into trouble. So I think working with some of those agencies to actually look at how we can, as a community, come together is really important. One of the things about this is not one organisation, it'll be a multi-layered approach will actually build the type of society that we want. And I think that's what's really exciting about this. You know, we're all working together, and it's really easy to say, let's come together. You know, one of the challenges has been we haven't received any funding other than, you know, some of the funding from Trust Waikato. We received $5,000 from DB Bryant. The council has actually paid for the lease for 2 years, and the WISE group has been a contributing factor. So, you know, everyone's really, you know, excited about it, but some of the funding streams are not there. And I think with the Productivity Commission, some of the opportunity there to actually have some funding pooled and actually focused on those that are most vulnerable is going to actually be important. So, you know, it's not about, you know, saying people haven't done a great job. It's just let's make sure that we build a future that we are really proud of, and that all New Zealanders are well housed, that people can get access to services in a timely way. And, you know, I think that's what's absolutely doable in this community, and we've seen amazing transformation in 12 months.
Keep up the good work. The second question is around the police presence in the city, and I think many of us and a couple of the policemen who I've talked to have told me that they all get rostered on from the station. I guess my concern is that it must be a budgeted item as far as the police are concerned. And I just suspect, would it be a useful outcome for this council to be writing to the Minister of Police, showing the success that we are having with this, and perhaps dropping the subtle hint that we would like to see the funding continue, or the initiative coming from Wellington that this initiative continue.
Reassure Mr. Chair that it's not a budgeted issue. It's targeting our resources to where the risk is. It's targeting our resources to where the vulnerable are. Is to make the CBD a safer place, both perceptions of safety and reality of safety. So our issues are here. We're targeting our resources here, as we also target them at different times of the day and the week to different locations. We also can see. So be reassured it's not a budget issue. It's just business as usual policing.
Thank you.
Councillor Mallett, have you finished your question?
Yeah, just one more, sorry. Your graphs you've got sort of from page the early 40s on. The first few look quite obvious, but you know, in terms of your scale, but then you start, you got percentages, and then you start, and I couldn't find anywhere that told me, so for example, page 48, we're asking what amenities, what are your main concerns about safety in the central city? And so we're told that street lights signage in July 15 was 1.47, in September 14 it was 1.79. What is 1.47 of? Or 1.79 of? And I couldn't find a scale.
I think it's out of 5.
Oh, is it at a scale of 5? Is it? Where's that?
Yes, scale of 1 to 5.
So what is, and one's...
Not at all concerned? What are they looking at?
I had a quick flick through and couldn't find a scale. But is that what it is? So what, and,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is it the grid?
My copy's slightly different.
you got a better copy than me, mate.
Not at all concerned.
Not at all concerned.
Oh, okay, we didn't get those little arrows. Okay, so if something's 5,
Page 43.
okay, so if something's 5, it's really bad, and if something, or you're really concerned, or you're really scared, or really, it's those kids who are the bad ones. If something's 1, it's not so bad. Okay, thank you. So presumably, when something goes bigger, up, it's back worse. Things have worsened.
Yes.
Is it an average of the responses, is it? Do you take the numbers that the responses were, and you've divided it by the number of responses that you've got?
That's correct.
Would it have been better to have put the numbers in the boxes and said, so many gave you a 1, so many a 2, so many a 3, so many a 4, rather than the way that's done? It may be too late now if you're
Yeah.
comparing it back to a year ago, but,
It's the same process from the year previous.
yeah, I realise
yeah,
that, yeah,
but,
yeah. It just is a bit confusing, that's,
Only the first time you look at it.
okay.
I mean, I suppose the point I'd like to make is that there was actually no data when we started this process. So as soon as, when we were developing the plan, that's actually when we actually conducted the first survey. So we actually had no baseline data to start with. So actually, this gives us a benchmark as we're moving forward over the next 3 years to actually monitor and actually track to see how we're going. And really, the surveys are around perception of personal safety or safety within the CBD, which was the biggest concern, hence the reason why the development of the city safety plan.
Councillor Gallagher.
Just two quick questions, and when it comes to comment, I'll make comments then, but just, I think to Julie, first of all, we talk, obviously we talked about older people, I just want to zero in, and maybe it's anecdotal, and I know all the good things that have been done, for young people, but I'm just trying to think of the vulnerable young person who's, for various circumstances, finds himself out literally on the street, under the bridge, for a multitude of reasons, and it's a kind of the question around your take or the team's take on the early intervention to get young vulnerable kids best you can off the street into some safer environment.
Look, Martin, we haven't had a huge number of people under the age of sort of 18, but we have had some people. Obviously, when you turn 17, under children and young persons, you are actually moved on from those services. And we've actually had several people in that category that have been moved on from children and young persons. And I guess the governing group has got Kath Green, who is actually responsible for that operation within children and young persons, and we're actually doing some work on what is the number, because we do know when people turn 17, so we do need to actually put in place some planning around where do they go and live if they can't go back with family. So I think one of the things about this project is that we are able to actually look at bringing some of those agencies around the table in terms of what's the most appropriate housing. And we do know that there is some, in some of the conversations we've had around social housing, some of what we do need to understand is what's the demand and what's the supply, who has got some of the supply and where are some of the gaps, and I think that's an important piece of work we need to do for this city.
Because obviously I noticed, in terms of the program, and I respect we've had good discussion around social housing, for older people, but, the bulk of our housing in this country is still in the private sector. And a lot of the huge swack of private rental and, that whole issue of those bigger issues around,
Yeah, and the issue for that, what we're seeing is that the majority of housing is in the private sector, and that's an affordability issue. And if people are on low income, they can receive the accommodation supplement, but that still doesn't actually equate to 25% of their income. So for some people, they will be paying in excess of 60% of their income in rent, and that's the burden. And I think some of the issues that we then experience with
in terms of young person's health and vulnerability. I mean, obviously things like nutrition and accommodation standard are stating the obvious, pretty crucial. Can I just ask Sandy Turner from the Hamilton Central Business Association, I mean, just a broad feel, Sandy, of the feeling of the members and the executive in terms of the project, and I recognise you're a critical stakeholder in all this. We haven't heard from you today, and I think it'd be quite handy actually just to give us an idea here.
Obviously you'll see the statistics from the surveys. So not only do council run the survey to the sort of the general public, we run it through our members, and the same thing, on historic data. And we've been absolutely delighted by the response we've had from our members. There's definitely a significant change and shift and in people's engagement with me as well. At least probably 20 or 30 complaints a month. I'm now down to maybe 1 or 2. There's been a huge amount of positive feedback regarding City Safe, particularly the new patrols and new uniforms. The whole way in which they now operate has been really well received. People's project is getting a lot of support from members. We're now starting to see a little bit more engagement. I think overall it's something that we are seeing in a really positive way, and our executive is very pleased about it.
Thank you. Yeah,
Compared to where we were at
sure.
the start, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Durman.
Yeah, just probably one for Colvin, really. I noticed there that the 0800 City Safe number, the consistency of the calls, and yet we have a 30% reduction in crime. And looking at the two big ticket items which are coming through the 0800 number for council, appears to be antisocial behaviour and begging. Have I got my colours right? They're pretty close together, actually. That's on, well, on my page is 61.
Yes.
I have got my colours right, okay. So begging is still a major, plus the antisocial behaviour.
It's the centre of town, so it's always going to be the focus. If your point was that we've had a static level of reporting, but we've had a significant decrease in crime.
Yeah.
What we're getting is we're getting a change, and I make reference in the report there somewhere to the nature of the calls we are getting. Where before people were reporting specific incidents that were occurring now we're getting a lot more information coming through, which is allowing us to use that to actually change tactics, change our patrol times, how we're going to go about things, what approach we're going to take, and a joined-up approach with our partners as well. So we're still getting the same number of calls, they're just the content of the calls are different.
Can I just make a bit of a comment on that, and that is that we do know the profile of there is 15 people that are beggars, and we're targeting those 15 people, and we're actively asking businesses and the public to call in and target those individuals. The people that are begging, not one of those people is actually homeless. So I think it's really important that we actually kind of look at, moving people on and actually understanding why they're there, and actually looking at some of the services that they may actually benefit from. So when people are putting money in to those cups, it is actually unhelpful. So we've been doing a whole lot of education around that.
So that's basically their full-time profession, was it?
Well, some people make quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
They do. So, some of what needs to change is, people actually...
Stop giving them money.
So...
Deputy Mayor Chesterman.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Page 37, the actions, and probably for Deanne and Kelvin, provide Maori warden patrols during weekday afternoons. And I read that they have a resourcing issue, can understand that. Do we make any financial contribution to Maori wardens, or is that funded from another area?
Sorry, did you say do we or could we?
No, yeah, do we?
No, we don't.
So that's probably the next question. Is this something council should be looking at? It is a city safety issue, and I think that's very generous that we're getting the Maori wardens turning up to do these patrols without any city funding.
Without having had that depth of conversation with them, need to be, I think, be cognizant of a couple of facts. One is they have a long-term commitment to work with the police on nighttime patrols, and that is a long-term and ongoing. And they have committed long-term to having a presence at the transport centre and having 2 people through there. They have a limited number of members, and they actually also have some commitments for major events happening in Māoridom across the region as well. My belief is more that they are stretched rather than a lack of will or desire. It is the lack of numbers that would preclude them from offering more than they do now.
Okay, thank you, Julie Nelson, Sandy Turner, John Kelly, and staff, Calvin and Deanne. I'd now refer you to the staff recommendation on page 32 and 33. We're looking for a mover and a seconder.
I'll move.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Chesterman, seconded by Councillor Tooman.
Just a question with reference to the recommendation. The bullet points, B, bullet points, all talk about removing actions that have been completed. Just concerned, it looks like those are actions that should continue being reported on. So that they're of the nature of to set up a such and such. Okay, so it's been set up. but then removing it from here, does that, where do we get report backs to? Because it's all working now. Well, you haven't, it looks like it's successful, looks like it's going well. How do we have ongoing monitoring if we drop these things from the reports?
So if I may, through the chair, I mean, I think some of the actions that are complete, and we don't need to report on those, certainly they should be removed, but for some of them, say for instance like the People's Project, and that probably fits within the category that you're talking about, that as we present our 6 monthly updates, then we would provide those updates as well. But certainly we would be doing, I'm trying to think of the word around the monitoring, oh God, help me out here, Calvin. So if there is an issue, we would definitely be bringing that back. I just can't think of the word. Exceptional reporting. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Well, for example, you look at page 36 and your developer communication engagement plan completed. So that's one of the ones you're going to drop off. Develop, produce effective reporting on key data completed. So you're going to drop that off.
Did I say?
So your page 36.
Yeah, that's correct. But we'll be using that data and reporting on that as in our 6 monthly reporting anyway. So.
Oh, just long as we still, you want at a point in time things looking good, but you want to make sure the point of time can be continued on.
That's correct.
That performance can be and improved.
Yep.
Onwards and upwards.
Yeah, but the action itself was just to develop the communication plan. Now it's been developed.
It's completed.
It's completed.
That task is completed. Now we implement and maintain the communication plan. Okay, yeah, right. So just as long as we're not, yeah.
Okay, speakers. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, I don't pontificate on all the wonderful work, but I think if ever you want an example of where local government should be, it's working with all the other key players in a community to get good and better outcomes. And you don't provide all the money and you don't provide all the services, but you do work with New Zealand Police, the District Health Board, and great projects like the People's Project in terms of, the partnership. And so I think this is a really good example of where you're fitting the jigsaw puzzle at the grassroots level. And it's not saying, oh, it's the SIP's work or it's the police work or it's nothing to do with us, we've got nothing to do with central government. We're all about community wellbeing, obviously, so that's the obvious. I just want to take the opportunity to thank all the participants, from some very good quality staff in our city council, obviously in terms of their intellectual capacity, and the police and the People's Project and the Hamilton Business Association, all the key stakeholders. I think what we want to hear in the future is, for example, I don't know, I'm not suggesting DHB are dragging the chain, not at all, but if there's any group that could do better, could be working better with you, I think we need to hear that. What do we need as a city to encourage, all those components to work well together. So I just want to thank all the players personally for what I think is some very constructive progress. A lot of work to still do, but if we can keep our people safer in the most broadest of the sense, then that to me is a job well done.
Any other speakers? Okay, put it to the vote. So it's recommendations on page 32 and 33. All those for? Any against? Okay, we're going to have a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 4 o'clock. Just for those waiting in the public gallery, we're going to be hearing the LAP next as soon as we come back. So.
Just going for a drink.
They're upstairs.
Okay, so this is item 8, page 62, the provisional local alcohol policy, or LAP. And we'd welcome Calvin Powell and Julie Clausen. Okay, we'll take the report as read, but Calvin, would you like to go over is there anything you in the report you want to talk about?
Yes, there is, Chair, thank you. In addition to what's in the report, which is just highlighting the legal advice, obviously at the last meeting, Council requested staff to obtain a legal advice as to consider whether a one-way door policy for a trial period could be implemented as part of the provisional LAP without requiring Council to reconsult on the LAP. And so that was taken to our City Solicitor. The advice from the City Solicitor is that the Council cannot include a one-way door policy for a trial period without requiring Council to reconsult on the LAP once a final position is adopted. And the advice was that legislation does not allow for a change to be built in to the LAP. And to do so would be a change would require the introduction of the special consultative process again. A built-in trial as determined in the 29 September meeting is not possible. A one-way door provision could be added to the draft provisional LAP at this point without the need to reconsult. And in assessing the appeal risk of the one-way door provision, councillors will need to consider whether there is any local evidence to support this position. And then based on that, the attachment 3 is a new document which is the latest available evidence and information that's available.
Page is that, sorry?
Sorry, that's attachment 3.
3, thank you.
The City Solicitor further advised that in taking into account the previous decisions made by the Alcohol Regulatory Licensing Authority, that ALA places significant weight on local evidence of alcohol-related harm. Credible information and academic research from overseas could be dismissed as having minimal value and will only be of assistance if there is a connection with what happens in this district. One further point was that in the public forum, one of the speakers made a submission that the draft LAP had been put out for consultation and did not include the one-way door provision. This was also, we sought advice from the City Solicitor on that matter as well. The response was that while the draft LAP that went out for consultation did not include a one-way door provision, The statement of proposal did raise the possibility of a one-way door provision. Submissions were received in relation to the desirability of such a provision, and for this reason, council would not need to carry out any further consultation in order to introduce or include a one-way door policy. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? All right, so I think the way...
Sorry, I did have one, Kelvin might be able to help. Kelvin, in relation to suburban bars and the hours we ended up with after the last meeting for that, yeah, which was, I started to get a little bit confused. I just wanted to check what that situation, what the current active situation out in the community is. We said till 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday.
Correct.
And 1 p.m. Friday and Saturday nights.
Correct.
And what's the current situation out there, or is it different with different bars?
It varies between right up to 3 a.m. across there. There are 60 premises that would be affected by if the LAP was to be adopted as it stands now in relation to suburban on licences.
How much would I guess what I'm after is how much would how many bars would be affected and by how much?
That's what
actually have hours changed, you mean?
If the hours remained as they were with 11 p.m. closing, is that what you're asking me or not?
Yeah, so I mean...
If I can answer the question in the reverse way to I think of what you're asking it, there are 60 premises that would who currently operate with an on licence that have closing hours after 11 p.m. at various stages from 11 p.m. through to 3 a.m.
During the week?
During the week. Okay. That would be affected if we had the 11 p.m. closing. And 30 of those would be affected as their licensing hours and current operating hours exceed the proposed policy. A further 31 could be affected as their licensing hours are longer, although they do not tend to currently operate to the full extent of those hours.
Like what Good George was saying, for instance?
They tend to more so be restaurants and the likes of that. While their licence may be through to 1 a.m, most of the restaurants are still open at that hour. But that is the current licence.
So you're saying they're not using the maximum hours allowed in their licence?
That's probably going a stage too far. They don't regularly go to the maximum hours.
Because they're not required to, are they?
They have no requirement to.
So I'm just trying to get a handle, and thanks for that, on if we kept it at 1 p.m. on Thursday and Friday, how many would we, Friday and Saturday, how many would we shorten the hours for in practice on a regular basis, and the same during the week? I'm just trying to get a handle on that, and I know from what you're saying it's probably impossible to give anything exact.
Well, I can tell you it's 60 premises would be affected.
But how many of them do actually go after 11 during the week?
At least 30.
During the week?
30 that would be affected and that operate, beyond, as best as we can make out, beyond those hours.
Okay, all right, yeah. Thanks.
Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a question to staff. On page, the attachment 2 from page 71, the explanatory notes, is that just part of this report, or do they need to be attached somehow to the policy once it's adopted?
The ALA decision suggested as a good practice guide that explanatory notes were incorporated within the process. They are not required to be attached to the policy.
Okay, so as long as they become a matter of record, then we've ticked that box. Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr Chair. I have a motion when you're ready to take one.
Okay. Questions at this stage, Councillor Gallagher?
Just, can we get back, I mean, obviously you've done the really helpful line on the supermarkets which we've been circulated. Coming back to these suburban premises, do you have any idea if you drew a line at midnight, 1 o'clock during the week, you know, because presumably during the week it'd be really uncommon for people to go beyond 1 in the morning, presumably. Is that a fair assumption?
Correct.
And what about if you do a line at midnight? Do we have any idea about the actual operating?
No, I've done a breakdown to 1 a.m. If it was 1 a.m. Throughout the week, you would have a total of 13 premises only that would be affected. 8 of those would lose potentially 2 hours that currently have 3 a.m. closing, and 5 premises would lose 1 hour that currently have 2 a.m. closing.
So basically, yes, so just 1 o'clock line throughout the whole week, no difference Friday, Saturday, just one, bang. That's so that you'd say that's 13 that would be...
13 would be affected. That they would have a reduction of 1 or 2 hours from their current trading maximums under their licence.
I've got a question around the one-way door, but you might want to, if there's a line of questioning on this, I'm happy to come back on the one-way door.
So look, the way we'll handle this is, at the moment, general questions from 32 down. Okay, if you keep to those points, and then we'll go to the attachment number 2, and then we'll address those, any of the points, key issues in there that you want to address, we'll address those on a point by point in any order that they come up. Okay, but once we're on that point, we'll stay with that. We'll ask questions, we'll debate, and we'll vote. And anything that doesn't get addressed, we'll deem as that the committee agrees that that's a part of the proposal act. So, do you follow where we're going? So we go to attachment 2, go to the key issues in column 1. And then any issues that members want to change or discuss or ask questions about, we'll go through those one at a time in any order that members choose. We'll discuss, we'll ask questions, we'll debate, and we'll vote. And then...
Sorry, I'm just confused on that process because I've indicated I have a motion and this isn't deliberations now, this is for decision making. So I've indicated that there's a motion, I'd like the opportunity to put that motion forward.
But this
I
is
think
well,
process-
the one-way door policy has to be addressed.
Yes, it does, and
before we
I'm
vote.
addressing it in my motion.
Yep, okay.
This is questions at the moment. Surely that can be done according to a structured process.
So what we'll do is, the key issues have to be addressed one at a time as members want to address them, because there may well be changes to the 17 key issues there.
Motion, so we can see what it is.
And as each issue comes up, there'll be a chance for questions on that issue. There'll be a chance to put forward a motion and a seconder, and to vote on it issue by issue at the end.
So, Chair,
at
can
the
we
end of
see
the
what the
process.
motion is? Because it might be that there's only 1 or 2 issues. So we have had deliberations on it.
Yes, that's right.
So,
But there are issues that we have
we
to
get the
address.
motion up
There is
first,
one
then
issue.
we
we
get
have
But
to
I
address.
don't think that, I mean, I'd like to hear democracy's view on that, because I don't think that going through each issue now, I mean, that's what we did in deliberations, that would be unusual to do it at this point
I didn't
in
say we go
time.
through each issue. I said
Yeah,
we'll
you
go,
did.
we'll go through each issue that a member wishes to ask questions on, and put forward a motion on that key issue.
Okay, I'd still like the opportunity to put my motion on the board.
Well, sorry, Mr Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm addressing the chair.
It's unusual for people to jump in with a motion when the chair has asked for questions. After that,
No.
it's quite usual for
Well, actually,
people to
point
jump
of
in with
order,
motions.
it's not. It's normal practice in council and committees to indicate a motion, and I did that early on. I said when
before
you're
debate
ready.
starts.
I'm sorry, Councillor McPherson, I'm talking.
I'll accept your motion when I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Chair, could I ask if I could do a follow-up question to your point that Councillor Gallagher's just raised on the suburban on-licences, please? Just the following his point about, if that's all right, on that subject, which is number 1 on the list on attachment 2.
Okay, so I think just to put some structure around it, we need to go through, rather than going through each point on here, which we don't need to do because most of them, the structure around and we've agreed, there will be some of these key issues, and I think there's 17 of them that will we will ask questions about, and there will be changes. So we'll go through those one at a time in any order you like. So just going back to Angela, was there a particular key point that your motion applies to? Because we could start there.
Well, I mean, my motion addresses basically two things: the on-licence hours for suburban centres and one-way door policy.
Okay, so one at a time. So which?
Well, I'm uncomfortable doing it that way, Chair, and I'm not sure that would be a correct process to do, and I think we need to be careful. And I'd like to, I want the chance to put my motion forward, but I'd like to hear from democracy, because I think we need to be careful around judicial process here.
Mr Chair, could I ask you to also consider, no problems considering what you've been requested just then, the fact that you were partway through a question session before, and that my submission to you is that you should continue with that, and prior to any debate, call for any motions and then determine the way you want to handle them, and that is the appropriate way to do that, because people have questions, the answers to which may formulate their views to take later in the debate. But you did ask for questions for clarification reasons now, and you were partway through that, and I would suggest that that's a good thing to continue to cover all the issues people have questions on, and then handle debate and motions relating to it separately.
Councillor O'Leary, I'm aware your motion's pending, but at the moment we're in questions. Okay, so I'm taking questions at this stage.
So, Chair, can I just get clarification, because I think that's right, questions first, no problem with that. I just need to be clear, or I just want clarity, because I am a little bit concerned about the legal process here, given that we have had a hearing, we've had submissions, we've had a hearing constituted under legislation, and we have had a deliberation which is required under the legal process. I just need to seek, and I'm looking at the General Manager here, because I think we need some guidance and advice about just careful going through the issues. I've got no problem with the questions. I think you're absolutely right. Questions, get the motion on, but I'm just a little bit concerned about redeliberating, and I would like you to clarify that for members, and also to assist the Chair, because he's right. It's much better to get the questions out of the way first. That's my concern, legality.
Yes, and I think, Your Worship, staff are very focused that any matter where there is an alternative position reached from that which was reached in the deliberations when you referred to, that the rationale is captured as to the reason why Council has made the decision. Staff have identified one issue that needs to be addressed, which is the one-way door following the legal advice. The committee does have the option to look at the other matters, or any of the other matters, but the rationale for why they have made a change decision needs to be captured, and the reason captured in the decision today. So, because that forms a very clear part of the record of the policies then tested or challenged through subsequent processes. So we need to have a very clear record as to why the committee today determined to make a decision different to that reached on the 29th of September.
So can I also then clarify with you that in the deliberations meeting, the Council formed a majority view, and now this report has come forward giving a rationale which would stand legal scrutiny for that majority view. If this committee subsequently changes that, what is the situation then with the justification? Because effectively you'll have to give another justification, an opposite, could potentially a polar opposite justification. Does it have to include new information? Or can it just rely on previous information differently interpreted? And sorry to get down to the detail here, but I actually think that there needs to be some clarity around the management of this particular item.
I think it's obviously every decision that is taken here will be closely scrutinised, and you are correct, Your Worship. The rationale reason has to be very, very clear in terms of the decision. We have received information through the submission process,
Yes.
and that was some 12, 15 months ago now. So decisions are being made in light of that information from those submissions, and obviously the information that Council has discussed and deliberated on the 29th. Information received today through, for example, the public forum, is information that you will hear, but you need to be making your decisions based on the submissions received through the formal process and that information, and the information presented in the Council report today, not what you've heard through the public forum today. It's not part of the formal process. In saying that, if Council does make a decision different to Appendix 2, we have to have a very, very clear reason and rationale, because that will be looked at closely if the policy is tested through subsequent processes.
So just further to that, because as forum speakers were speaking, and excuse me, councillor, I'm telling you, repeating what you will already know, but I'm sure councillors will have been cognizant of the fact that all of those people actually did make submissions. And I've helpfully brought along my submissions book, so I know that what they said in the public forum actually does align with their submissions. But it would be helpful for staff if they had identified, was there any speakers in the public forum that said anything different to their written submission, just so that councillors are clear on that. Because you've raised an issue about you cannot include in your decision-making process public forum, because it's not a formal process. And, we're required to carry out this rather detailed legal process. So I think that would be helpful if you just clarified that, because we had a number of speakers and I was checking their submissions as they were speaking. So I think some guidance is required.
We're just making some inquiry now to try and ascertain the answer to that. I don't have that information directly to hand.
Yes, but you've got the book, you can just cross-check.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Who spoke in the public forum and, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so firstly, it's general questions. That's where we're starting, okay? So,
Question? Marshall Marston.
Yes, I, in the light of what I've just heard, do have a further question around procedure, and then I have a specific question around the one-way door. Because what I'm trying to ascertain to Blair, and I would assume the city solicitor would have been here,
Yes.
and maybe on his way, or should be on his way, for simple reason around process. So as I understand it, we've had hearings, we've had submission process. I'm cognizant of the 29th of September, the deliberation report, and, there was majority-minority votes on some key issues there. All right, so we're now moving into this meeting, and this meeting has the power to recommend to full council. The final decision is full council. What I'm trying to work through is to what degree full council can exercise, quote, a final decision, and to what degree it is actually already bound by the deliberations that have already happened.
I think with any democratic process, ultimately the council is the final decision maker, so council can re-debate the matter again when the recommendations come to council. But my earlier information also stands that any decision made different from that that's come through from the previous process must be based on the information you've received through the formal processes, that being the formal submissions made, the matters heard at those submissions, and then deliberated on through the process, and any information that staff have sought in response to questions or processes through that. So for example, where on the 29th you commissioned staff to get legal advice, that's coming back to this table for consideration. Sure. So if members today make some decision that goes to council, and council at the meeting in November receives those minutes of recommendation and wishes to reconsider some matters, it must be in light of that same provisions against the original submissions and the information heard through the submissions and any subsequent advice obtained.
So in the light of the original submission process, the light of further advice, that people presumably can change a view during that process.
I think you've heard many times that councillors should always have an open mind to these
yes.
decisions, and without specifically answering the earlier question, a number of the points heard in the public forum will have been addressed, no doubt, in the submissions.
So the prime reference is obviously to the formal process.
That's correct.
As against a less formal public submission that
I
we've.
mean, all councillors will bring your own perspective to the table, along with a very clear open mind. And I think you exercise that open mind with a view to understanding all those submissions that you've heard through formally. And as I say, I don't have a copy of the formal submissions in front of me, but I recall a number of those matters you have heard through this process before.
So I would expect through the chair, you or the city solicitor, if there was a particular, motion going up that in any way contradicted, a broad principle of the process we're bound to, then obviously that would be clearly indicated to us.
Yes, and I think certainly the staff are very conscious that decisions that we make and the formal record of these decisions, then if the policy is challenged, are a matter that the court will scrutinise very closely, and they'll look back to the rationale and reason as to why did council arrive at the position they arrive at. So, and some of the matters that Kelvin has raised here today, if council was to make a different decision from what's been presented to you, why was that change in direction taken?
Okay, the next, leave the chair. Next.
Could I just clarify just a further to that? Is the city solicitor coming because I specifically asked a question in the deliberations meeting about the legality of including a one-way door policy when it looked like that was going to be a majority decision, and we were told by staff in the absence of the solicitor that it would be okay. And of course today we've heard that a temporary or provisional one is not okay. So I do hope that the lawyer is coming, because it would be unfortunate if the council made a decision that didn't stand legal scrutiny, and if we have these questions. So you see where I'm going, Chair? I'm just trying to protect the decision making we're going to do, and I think that's quite important.
There is a legal opinion here.
No, but I asked the question
Around one-way door.
at the deliberations last time, and the answer we got was different to the legal advice that's now been provided. That's my point.
Mr Chairman, could I support that, because I was surprised not to see the solicitor here, given that this is quite a tricky procedural area that the Mayor's identifying and Blair's talking about, and I just think it's going to be absolutely helpful. I totally agree with the Mayor in terms of the process at this point.
So I'm just looking to Kelvin and Julie. Obviously the solicitor hasn't been invited at this stage.
No.
No, they haven't. We do have their legal opinion in front of us. What they made very clear was a one-way door trial was acceptable. However, at the end of the 12-month period, it lapses and you can't automatically extend it.
No, sorry, Chair. You're missing my point. It's not about the topic. It's about the ability to have the legal answer if a question arises, and I demonstrated that by saying I asked the specific legal question at the deliberations and was told by staff it would be okay. Subsequent to that, we get the legal advice that says it's not okay.
And Mr Chair, that further to the Mayor's point, there are actually some proposed changes we all know being looked at to the resolution that was passed at the last meeting, and if some variations on them come up, how can we be sure that we're procedurally correct considering them? So, I think it's going to help us all, whatever viewpoint you have on the outcomes, to have that legal advice to back us up, or to tell us what's possible, what's not.
So through the Chair, obviously the staff have received very clear legal advice, but if you're happy, I can ask them to see if they can get this solicitor available across here quickly.
Sorry, look, it's not about the legal advice. It's about if an issue comes up, a new issue or a changed issue, we need the legal advice at the time.
So we can investigate whether we can get them across here very shortly through the Chair, but we'll just need to make those inquiries now.
I think I'm happy. There's a couple of general questions, I think, but again, I suspect with respect, Mr Chair, the city solicitor is going to be needed, because we've talked about the the trial of the one-way door, and then I'm referring to I think in the appendices, the Dunedin, where they looked at a half hour, and I don't know and again, this is an interesting one, because obviously here I am.
As a procedural point, I wonder if it would be more
Agree.
Yes, okay.
Agree.
Councillor Gallagher goes on too much longer, we'll be re-litigating it tomorrow morning.
I'd agree with that.
Oh, that's tough.
And they're good
That's from a
friends.
friend.
That's from my friends.
Yes.
Oh, there seemed to be a wide degree of acceptance of that.
Yes, yes, I was a bit worried that it was a consensus view, wasn't it?
I have missed you, Barty.
Thick skin.
Okay, I understand staff are arranging to get the city solicitor here, so we'll move on, we'll park this item, and we'll move on to the item 9. And we'll come back to this once the city solicitor, or since we get some direction, once we get some direction.
Mr Chair, before we start, I understand that there's an update in the policy, which I haven't, there's a revised policy that I haven't received yet. I was emailed.
We've got a hard copy. No, we
I'll get Democracy to get one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is a draft public places policy and bylaw for public engagement. We welcome Calvin again. You're having trouble getting away from that chair.
So Chair, perhaps I should introduce it as the Chair of B&I, just to say that it has gone through the B&I subcommittee. This is actually a recommendation from the subcommittee, but we did think at the subcommittee level, we did have a number of questions that we asked Calvin to include in his report when he brought it forward. So the resolution, if you like, is a recommendation. So he's picked that up, and it seemed appropriate in discussions with Calvin that the report be quite full, because, you know, an answer to the questions, and also because it is a policy and bylaw together. So I just wanted to let everyone know this has come through the B&I subcommittee, and we did have a difference of view and a good discussion in the B&I subcommittee about some of the topics in this policy, and Calvin can probably highlight those. Thanks, Chair.
So the Business and Investment Subcommittee met on the 9th of October. There was robust discussion about some of the points in here. It was decided to come forward to this committee. So I'll hand it over to Calvin.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to the report, I think can be taken largely as read, but there were, particularly after the B&I committee, there were 4 particular questions staff were asked to go away and get updates on. The first was whether or not council could apply a market rate permit fee to mobile shops in the CBD if they elected to do so, and the simple answer to that is yes, they can. The council can set any fee they like, market rate or other rate, as council sees fit. What was the experience of other territorial authorities in order to gauge what's happened and what's worked and other people doing that. And attachment 4 in the report provides an update on what happens in Wellington, Christchurch, Dunedin, Rotorua and Tauranga in terms of their operation of mobile shops in and around their CBD, or not, as the case may be. It was asked to provide some greater clarity to interpret the central city map to define that, and that's in the body of the actual policy. And the last one was to confirm the number of mobile shops that operate across the city currently, including on a permanent basis. And I can advise that there are 44 mobile shops, 40 who are approved to operate under the existing public places bylaw. There are 4 that are approved at Swarbrick Landing under the Parks and Reserves bylaw. And we have 1 vendor who is permanent in outside Garden Place in Civic Square as a follow-on from a council resolution in 2009 where they have rights of perpetuity.
No, they have a right while they're still in business.
Sorry, while they're still in, yes, actually, yes.
What about the coffee carts?
No, potato cart.
No, I meant, I meant coffee carts and other places. Are they covered by?
We're, currently there are no, that's the only mobile shop within the CBD. Coffee carts elsewhere in the city are covered as, under that, in that number of 40 mobile shops.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just one further thing is, following some analysis, staff have also recorded some minor amendments to both the policy and bylaw from what was presented to the Business and Investment Subcommittee. This is to ensure some consistency with other policies. Those are on page, paragraph 28 on page 91 and paragraph 29 on page 91. Most of those are driven by proposed changes to or the deletion of the council's election sign policy, which is also an agenda item for this meeting.
Okay, questions, councillor Mallett?
Dave's pretty much addressed it. I was just going to ask what makes up the 44 carts. Presumably it's the coffee carts we see at sporting events and things.
By far, 15 of the 40 are coffee related. We have pizzas, we have a fruit place, we've got ice cream, we've got.
Is it Mr. Whippy? Is
gourmet,
it those sort of guys?
There is one ice cream vendor. It's not Mr. Whippy by name.
But that type of stuff.
Yeah, Just Cabins. There's a range of food places as well. There's a mobile sewing outfit with another one with children's furniture. So there's quite a mixture.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
Just thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 94, just under the definition of mobile shop, I'm not reading there that the vehicle precludes a private passenger vehicle. Could it be a private? Could you sell out of the boot of your car?
Yes, under the definition is the existing definition of a mobile shop, and that hasn't changed.
So I'm just wondering if that then needs to be addressed with some wording precluding a private. I mean, we probably haven't had any to date, but it may just be a thing that needs to be included to preclude a private motor vehicle.
But they're all private motor vehicles.
Yeah,
Sorry, I mean a private, whatever the definition
private
of
passenger.
private passenger car, motor vehicle, something. Because
wouldn't they just
doesn't
be
preclude
subject
it.
to having to get a permit to do it and all that sort of stuff? You wouldn't just outlaw them because they happen to be that type of car. Is that your concern, Angela?
well, no, it's just, it doesn't, when I read it, I thought, well, I can roll up there and sell some Twinkies out of the boot of my car.
But only with a
You still have to
permit
get
or system.
and depending upon what it is you're selling. For example, if you're a coffee cart, you would have to get a food safety inspection
Yeah.
and things like that. If you pass those things,
Yeah, but if I'm not selling those, and if I am selling Twinkies out of the boot of my car, there's nothing in here, and if I was pedantic about it, there's nothing in here stopping me from doing that.
Oh, no.
Is Twinkie a food?
Goods are offered or exposed for sale.
yeah.
All right, I was just raising it as a question.
But if say you're
If you
selling
don't-
T-shirts out of a backpack
Well, yeah.
thing, that still is covered. A vehicle from which goods are offered or exposed for sale.
Yep.
I don't think it preclude that would still be captured. A private car at the back of your boot would still be captured, wouldn't it?
Correct.
So I think,
provided they
Angela,
applied for
they're all covered by that anyway.
So you mean it could or it couldn't?
It could,
Yeah, it could. Yeah, so that was my point.
but I don't see that that's
But,
necessarily.
yeah, look, if your opinion is you don't think that that's a problem, then that's fine.
Okay, councillor Pascoe.
Yep, thank you, Chair. At the B&I subcommittee, some concern was expressed in respect to the 3 mobile shops that could position themselves in the CBD. And I do take some comfort in looking at what some of the other cities are doing, in particular Wellington, where they presumably try very hard. This is on page 114, where they try very, very hard to arrive at what might be an appropriate market rate based on where the mobile business is actually operating from. is my understanding correct that we could take this draft policy to the marketplace as it presently is written without needing to include any provisions in that to affect a Wellington-style charging basis for those mobile shops?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Obviously I wasn't at the B&I meeting and perhaps I haven't read the notes properly. The Central City Business Association with whom we have a partnership, do they have, what's their view? I'm sorry if you're going to repeat what you've told others.
I'm reluctant to speak on their behalf. I have engaged with them on that. They were at a facilitated meeting that we had. They didn't express any disquiet or certainly didn't show any that they were against the idea. They in fact made references to where mobile shops have previously operated on various aspects in the city and at the front of Garden Place previously.
It just seems, I mean, obviously, if we're talking about partnership, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to get a level of expertise, a level of will, within that particular community, that's all. So you're saying you gleaned or felt?
Absolutely, and I suspect that their views are driven by the nature of whatever the mobile shop may in fact be selling, where, when. It should be my view would be it should be a niche opportunity to presenting something which is not currently on offer, which is not in direct competition with the nearby businesses.
Have you picked up a view, and I'm sure that'll come up, and I acknowledge Councillor King's public statements, and is it Mr. Lawrence, I think, made some comment I read somewhere in the paper. Around the overheads, like you just, the mobile shop, whichever way you cut it, a mobile shop's a lot cheaper to run in terms of the locality, I don't know, in total, versus if you've got a lease and you're paying rates and
Well, that's entirely over to council as to any rate they wish to impose in terms of a market rate or a per meterage commercial rate if they chose to. There are a range of options that council could consider as to how a mobile vendor may in fact be charged for the space that he or she is using.
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Chester.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Look, just a general question about location. I need to signal that I'm opposed to this, other than restricting them to 10 p.m. to 4 p.m. On the basis of competition. But where would those mobile businesses go? Would you be giving up car parking to allow them to be in the CBD?
I haven't got that far, to be honest. So there's been no specific locations worked through. This is about actually, is there a degree of agreement within council for the concept for a start, before we start trying to decide what locations are or where they should be or what times that any mobile shop should operate.
Any other questions?
Just one more.
Yes, Councillor Turman.
They've got to have I'm just thinking back to a few years ago where a number of solicitors were actually selling the service outside the court from the back of their car.
They were too
The red van it was. The red van.
Would that cover, they're selling the service, but they're not selling goods?
In my view, that wouldn't cover the current circumstance.
Okay.
So, sorry, just what does that mean? That they wouldn't be permitted through this process, or they're totally outside this process?
They would be totally outside this process.
So this policy would be silent on their...
Correct.
So it'd be the equivalent of someone selling you a raffle ticket.
Or hookers, or street walkers.
Out of the back.
Your guide was...
Most lawyers have been
Okay,
worse than that.
Councillor Young.
Quick question. For this policy and by law, may I know which unit or general manager is responsible to implement? Like, for example, there will be a lot of application coming in asking for permits. Is it Because it's also council.
It's currently administered by my unit, by City Safe, and so it's the General Manager City Environments, will be General Managers.
So all application come in will go through City Safe,
Correct.
no matter what the application is.
But anything, I would be recommending that if it's a matter of determining where someone might be within the CBD, if that was what the council elected, that is better suited to being dealt with by some other parts of council.
Yeah,
The economic growth unit.
Like the charitable collections, there will be one permit for all, no matter in CBD or everywhere else.
Correct. We already operate the charitable collections permitting, that my unit does that now anyway.
Okay.
So that's business as usual for us.
Thanks.
And banners?
Okay, are there any more questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Gallagher?
Just so we've got clarity, if someone wanted to set up a market every Sunday in Garden Place, like what you see in Europe, Germany, that's different from a mobile
Correct.
shop.
But there is a
different dynamic, but there's certain overlaps if you know.
There are street stalls, and under the bylaw, it covers off street stalls and street markets. So that they are a permittable requirement which exists under our existing bylaw, and that's also done through the City Safe unit.
And what you can have in a street stall is kind of defined, because there's a bit of a
Correct.
slidey slope in terms of,
And there's some, well, we've defined some things that you can't have.
yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions? Any other questions?
I'll move the recommendation on page 89.
I'll second.
Okay. I would, yes, that's fine. I'll put up an amendment to say that mobile shops should not be allowed to operate within 1 kilometre by road of any retail zone land.
Sorry, what was the end part of that?
That mobile shops should not be allowed to operate within 1 kilometre by road of any retail zoned land.
So could I just check then, Chair, is that a proposal to include it in the policy?
Yes, so
Right, okay. So,
That would be an F.
no, because what I'm just discussing with you,
yes,
if I look at the policy, the one that's called mobile shops, number 4 in the policy, are you suggesting, because, you know, I mean, I might incorporate that, are you suggesting that one of the provisos to be included in the policy
yes,
would be that?
yes.
Right, can you just point where you might include that, and then it may be that we can agree to just include it as the motion?
Could you, and while you're doing that, could you just reconfirm the zoning issue?
So I
Because
said,
are you not then excluding it from just about every
Next question. Is
part
it
of
across the
city?
city or just in the CBD?
anywhere within 1 kilometre of retail zoned land.
So,
Is that as the crow flies or
no,
I
I
said
said
by
road.
road?
So basically, the one down there would be illegal, but it's got grandparent rights.
Correct.
But any other
Strawbrook
anywhere
Landing, any of those?
Frankton, Hamilton East.
So just check with, thanks, can I just check with Kelvin then, what's the situation, for example, on one we're all familiar with, Strawbrook Landing?
that's sort of the one,
Are they a kilometre away from Queenwood? And
that's usually that you.
it's hard to know, isn't it? No, it
I'd be
wouldn't be,
guessing,
eh?
but I think you'd be within your kilometre there.
Yeah, yeah.
And there would undoubtedly be a number of other,
Yes.
and look, the numbers, off the top of my head, I couldn't do the math on that as to the numbers that potentially might be involved.
Effective, yeah. Yeah, so, no, I'm happy with my motion, but you can stick that up as an amendment. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I think there's a member of staff who wants to make a comment from management.
Retail is not a zone name that we use in the district plan, so I think you would probably be talking about business 1 through 7 zones in the city centre zone. So if you drew a 1 kilometre circle around that, you'd be taking in quite a fair chunk of the city.
So do you have,
Okay, I haven't got a seconder, so I will put forward another amendment that mobile shops should not be allowed to operate within 1 kilometre of the CBD by road.
Would you say CBD
Just
zone?
in the CBD zone.
CBD zone.
I'll second.
Or the,
CBD zone.
I'll second it.
and through the chair, I wonder if we just get
The term would be
district
central
plan.
city zone.
Yeah,
Plan,
CBD,
something.
central city zone, so we're clear on what that zone is, which is the new, what was covered by the transformation. plan.
Central Hamilton
No, no, it's
Association.
under the district plan. there's a
District plan,
zone.
sorry, just so we're clear.
Okay. In the district plan, you'd be referring to the central city zone.
The bid area.
As per the district
Bid
plan,
area.
not, yeah, okay.
The bid area?
So
Just recognised.
Deborah, are you happy with the central city zone?
That's what the central city is referred to in the district plan.
So just to clarify, Calvin, I would read that that's affecting clauses 4.2 and 4.5 of the policy. So Councillor King's amendment would effectively replace those two, as I read it, those two clauses, because clause 4.2 talks about central city and 4.5 is a special conditions given to central city. So his amendment effectively excludes the whole central city zone.
Correct. But it would go wider than the existing,
Wider than current.
Yes,
it's wider than the current city heart.
but it would replace those
Yes.
two clauses.
Okay, so Councillor Chesterman seconded that.
Did he? Just removing 4.2, 4.5, that's it.
Can I just ask a question on that,
because
Andrew?
you own
So,
commercial buildings,
so,
the two of you.
so say there's something going on in Seddon Park or the stadium or those sports fields, that wouldn't, you couldn't have at the back of Seddon Park, whenever there's a cricket game, there's a whole lot of burger bars and coffee guys and all those sorts of fellas. Would they be excluded?
Yeah.
No more food at the cricket.
Special event.
No, that's
inside.
actually a park and governed by the Reserves Act.
Yeah, they're inside the ground. They're not
So
outside.
that's not within 1 metre of the CBD, whatever it is, or whatever, 1 kilometre, sorry, 1 metre.
Well, my understanding is this bylaw wouldn't cover land that's covered by the Reserves Act.
Correct. This bylaw will only relates to the
1
the
kilometre.
public
Just
places
remove the
areas.
1 kilometre.
Can I just get a point of clarification? What we're looking for is that this amendment, if it's successful, will presumably end up in the draft bylaw, which will then go out for public consultation, which may then be considered in terms of that public consultation, and then may then be changed depending on the feedback that comes back. Is that the right journey, or
That is correct. I believe it may be in the policy as opposed to the bylaw, but certainly
Policy.
it's in the policy, but it certainly will be part of the consultation. If successful, it would be then consulted on.
Thank you.
Okay, if my seconder is open to it, I'll take it to 1 kilometre, so it's-
Yeah, I'm happy.
the mobile shop should not be allowed to operate in the central city zone. Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
And there's just the grandparenting one that you've got to deal with.
well, it's there, it's existing use rights, so.
Then, Mr Chairman, does that just effectively remove item 4?
No. because it-
4.2.
Oh, that covers all the other ones, okay, thank you.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
if perhaps you just want to expand it to the central city zone of the proposed Hamilton district plan decisions version, so it's entirely clear.
okay, thank you, Deborah.
Oops.
Okay, so we'll speak to the amendment first. So,
Sorry, could I suggest we speak to both of them together?
yeah, sure. Yep, is everyone happy with that?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll go first, I'll
Right.
move the motion.
Okay, fine.
So councillors, one of the things that's really important about this is it's to go out for the public to have a view. And I think when it comes to mobile shops, because essentially this is what the issues come down to, there are different views about this. And one certain way of canvassing completely what the views might be is to allow the public to have a say, and in particular the central city businesses and the hospitality sector. And if we don't include it in the draft, we won't know completely what the views are. So I think that's the first thing. I want to hear what people genuinely think, because there are different views expressed amongst the business community about this. Secondly, the policy does contain quite tight provisions about the operation of mobile shops. It's not a free-for-all. And I think that's quite important, because it's limited in number and specific to location, and limited as to the amount of time you might be able to operate, 6 months for a permit. There will be occasions in the central city where it will be absolutely appropriate at certain locations and at certain times, in my view, to allow mobile shops to operate. So I personally think it's a good idea to test this and see what people think, and see if it's tight enough, to see if there's support for it, and to see entirely what the public think about it. From time to time, people talk to me about the vibrancy and the kind of carnival atmosphere that can occur when you've got mobile shops around. And this is our opportunity to speak to that. Some councillors are concerned about, cheap. You can get it for cheap if you have a mobile shop, as opposed to those who have a fixed business and pay rates and all the rest of it. That can be quite easily overcome by setting the appropriate fees. And I think you'll see in the schedule that's been attached by staff about what happens in other cities. That is the mechanism they have used to manage that. And so we've got that at our fingertips. So I'd encourage councillors to put this out, see what the views are, and if overwhelmingly the public, and in particular those in the central city, are not supportive of this, then we can make sure it isn't in the final policy. And apart from that, I would say to councillors, I'm really pleased about how this policy has come together. I think it is very easy to read. It is quite complex to manage all these public spaces, and I think Kelvin and the team have done a really good job of making it really easy to read and really clear. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, you seconded this. Would you like to speak?
No, I'm quite happy, thanks.
Deputy Mayor Chesterman.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I feel quite strongly about this, and I believe if we pass a resolution to allow mobile shops in the CBD, we're effectively granting them a free ride, because we have a responsibility to protect CBD business and businesses, and any further weakening of that offer will be disastrous moving forward with the CBD. I've got no problem with the mobile businesses being out as they are near Councillor Mallett's place, a fish shop, a coffee shop, a burger place, and that seems to have caused no problems in that area, because they're not directly targeting, in my view, the businesses in Chartwell. And I think that when I talk about a free ride, we talk about city rates, which in many cases are very high on old buildings. We've got insurance issues, and then on top of that there is the CBD targeted rate, which is a minimum of $250 to support the Hamilton Central Association and in the running of that association. So I think that unless we had outrageous fees to recover some of these things, we need to move today to protect CBD business. I am advised by people in the hospitality sector that there is an adequate number of food vendors and coffee vendors in those places that are open through the early hours of the morning. And I think that's a long way from councillors McPherson and possibly Tooman that will remember Norm's Pie Cart in the middle of Garden Place, where at 2 o'clock you rocked up pretty drunk, and you had a pie and some peas, and it was an experience.
Personal recollection.
And I think Norm served the city very well for probably 30 or 40 years. But I think we've now got the responsibility to protect existing businesses, and they don't want any more competition. A fallback position for me might be restricting the hours from 9 o'clock in the evening to 4 a.m. But even then, they will be impacting those food places that are operating in the early hours, paying their rates, paying their targeted rate, paying their insurance, and having a strong commitment to staff. Thank you.
Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. It's my opinion that we shouldn't be picking winners and that we shouldn't be protecting one form of service delivery or delivery of products over another. What I do agree with what Gordon is saying is that surely if we are going to have the mobile shops, they should be paying for their share of the costs. But if there is an innovative way of delivering a service or delivering a product and it happens to be from a mobile shop and it happens to be a better way of delivering than going to a normal shop, well, so be it. And let's not kid ourselves. There's not much you'll buy from a mobile shop if there's a shop that's undercover, got a toilet, that's got, you know, all sorts of facilities. There's an awful lot of stuff that having a building in will gives you a better value proposition than buying from a mobile shop. So I don't think we should, as I said, the proviso is provided the mobile shops are paying for their costs, so some rental of the land, a permit, they've got the same food and health safety certificates that the restaurant would have. I don't think we should be picking which is the right way to deliver services to our citizens.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes, thanks very much. I find myself in the uncomfortable position of agreeing with Councillor Mallett and the Mayor in this subject.
And your good friend, you.
Well, yes, but you didn't speak. That's why they get the mention. Though I was amused to hear Councillor Chesterman refer to the earlier days there, and what he didn't mention was the times that he used to drag race former Mayor Russell Remington down Victoria Street, and that's why he's got good memories of that time. But look, to me this is about fairness, and that's been the questions that I've seen raised. Central City retailers have correctly and justifiably said it would be unfair for someone to come in on the cheap and compete with me. They're not saying, however, that I'm reading, that it would be unfair for someone to compete with me. They just want a level playing field, and they've felt that someone having a mobile shop and only being charged a small amount wouldn't be fair. And I do think that the charging regimes that have been talked about here are a method of bringing about fairness, that level playing field that they're seeking. So I tend towards the view that we should be allowing these types of enterprises, provided we can make the playing field level, which I think we can in most respects. It's not going to be exactly the same, and it may be unfair towards the mobile providers because we are charging quite high fees to compensate for the money that the fixed landowners are having to pay. But there's another question that I think should be looked at, and I would say to the owners of shops here they should look at. I think that, and the Mayor touched on it, I think if you have quite a few of these mobile enterprises around the place, you add to the ambience of the place, you add to the offer that's available in the area, you bring people in because of the offer and the competition. I think about the area at the start of Maui Street in the north, opposite the base, where there's not one, not two, but half a dozen furniture shops. That's where people they just go because they know somewhere in that vicinity they're probably going to get what they want, and they can do comparison shopping, and it draws people out there because there's a critical mass. One of the problems we've got in the CBD, we don't have a critical mass. It's not exciting enough, it's not drawing enough people in, and I actually think, provided we can do a level playing field on the monetary or financial side, we're going to actually assist the existing shops in here because there's going to be a bigger and better offer, and people will tend to come towards that because it'll be a more interesting place to visit. And, you know, I think we should sort of look at the positive of this side of things, provided we can get some of the regulatory parts right so things are fair, then I believe it will help.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
It's fine to balance in the comfort zone as this is going up for a proposal. On the fine balance, however, I'm inclined to actually support the amendment as a proposal, but I think the preamble of the consultation document should really flag loudly that that's a view of if the amendment passed of a majority at this stage, but it could go either way, and we do, whatever happens, I think it would be very, very healthy to have the conversation and to have some really good, obviously reinforce the research that's available, because all of our motive here is to do what we can to reinvigorate or further invigorate the CBD. And lest we forget, there are a number of successful components of the CBD. I think if I read correctly, there was a major hospitality business person who expressed concern around the mobile shops, if I got that right, and I think he complimented Councillor Wilson on his business acumen, and the Mayor and O'Leary. Interesting, not Councillor King, which I thought was interesting. But, you know, there's a range of you who I acknowledge have good business background, actually, range of business background, which we, in varying degrees, do have. We want to do nothing. The motive here is to do nothing to muck up the CBD, and the motive for all of us is to actually do what we can to invigorate and do what we can to help the CBD. So that's the clear motive. It's not people that are sitting around and have got any other motive. Then it's a matter of how you get there. I think what's very important is that, I talked about the Central City business, and I think I'm going to listen really closely. They are partners with us, and I would expect in terms of that partnership for them to have a very high level view, submission, research, analysis, which I'm sure they'll be able to do, and obviously thorough consultation with the membership. And I think Councillor McPherson and the Mayor pointed out, there may be in this proposal, believe it or not, ways in which it will increase business. But the crucial thing, which I'm not yet convinced, is it's got to be a level playing field. And then the thing I'd ask myself is, we've still got, don't want to sound that I'm being a killjoy, but I observe there's lots of vacant space in the CBD. So what is the mix you do to encourage that vacant space to be occupied? What are some good examples of the family business or the kebab or the new, some catering, but going into those, family businesses going into those vacant spaces? What is the economic model that would work for a number of business people to invest their savings in those vacant spaces? It is finely balanced. I think on balance I'd be inclined to go with the amendment, but I would urge Mr. General Manager, when you do the consultation document, this must be, either way, either way the vote goes, this must be flagged as we are looking for considerable discussion on that particular point.
Just a point of clarity, please, Andrew. Kelvin, the mobile shops can't sell alcohol. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Because John, of course, is public, owns it. So I just wonder if he was aware that the mobile shops, he was the one who was on the Times, he was aware that they couldn't compete in terms of selling alcohol anyway. Yeah.
He's aware of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to speak to this.
Oh,
Sorry, Councillor O'Leary.
thank you. I've been waiting patiently. Look, I'm not going to support the amendment. But it may be that once we get through hearings that we may end up taking the reference to mobile shops in the CBD out. But in my experience on council with these types of policies and bylaws that do have a lot of moving parts, often through the submission process, that's when the submitters come back and they've, in theory, applied the practicalities of a bylaw and a policy with a lot of moving parts, and sometimes that can throw up unforeseen circumstances, and that was a case in point for the potato lady many years ago. So I'm going to support the motion because the value for me is going to be in those submissions, and there are a number of other things in here that I'm more interested in, and that is one of them in particular is the increase to some for outdoor dining going to 2 metres clearway. And I know there are I know that what's there now is working, but for some of them that is an increase So it may be a bit more of a shift around of tables and chairs, maybe that they lose a couple of tables and chairs. So for me, that's interesting. And also the other one, of course, is dining, that everything comes in at 1 a.m. And I'm of the view that, and always have been, that it's better to have people seated outside than it is standing. So there are other things in here that I'm interested in, but we'll be supporting the motion and looking forward to submissions.
Thank you. I think that this is a feel-good idea, but the reality is the businesses in town pay rates, they pay insurance, they put everything on the line, they pay upkeep, they have to do everything to the building that they're renting, apart from the only thing they're not responsible for is waterproofing. They put everything on the line. We've heard today that the hospitality industry, some of the hospitality industry are making half of their turnover is coming from food, not necessarily all from alcohol. And here we are now saying that we can park a mobile shop outside an establishment, a cafe bar type place in town and sell food. And with no time restrictions in the evening, during the day, whenever. Could be the kebab shop in town, the hard-working family who make kebabs, where the children and mum and dad make the kebabs in a shop in town here, and a mobile kebab shop can pull up outside, can get permission, 3 of them, and can come to town here and make kebabs and sell them. Why would you rent one of the empty shops and move in when you can park a trailer outside for $120 every 6 months in fees, with no urban design input, and tow it away and do your repairs elsewhere, use it elsewhere, put it there when it suits you, when it doesn't suit you, when there's something bigger going on town, park it in another area. Your corporates are getting into the mobile shop market. Pit a Pat have a mobile shop. Subway have a mobile shop. Other corporates have mobile shops. What's to stop them gobbling up the 3 licenses, putting up the best plan? And where does that leave? Where does that leave us? The other arguments that's been put up today is, well, let's fix it. Let's charge them a market rate to sit there with their trailer on the side of the road. What that comment's clearly saying is there's no understanding of the business model at all. What that's saying is the council is going to go into competition with landowners by charging a market rate for the piece of land where you're going to park your trailer, so it equates equally to what it would cost to have a shop. And here we are as a council then going into competition with property owners and other people who sell food and other items. I just struggle with this from a business point of view. I really just don't get it. And I really think that even if you had made up your minds, you should reconsider this. I tried to stop this at a BNI level, and no, let's take it to the public. But that was a chance to stop it. It was easy. We're 1 vote away. Here's another chance to stop it. A ludicrous idea before it goes out to the public. It doesn't need to go to the public. Sometimes we're here to make these decisions. And you really need to think it through. You need to think it through from the person who's put everything on the line to be here in the city centre. Okay, Julie, you have a right of, sorry, Mayor Hardacre, you have a right of reply.
I do. Look, I think there's a lot of extremes being presented by some of the comments that are being made. I think the policy is pretty clear, and it's a draft. And the one way to find out what people really think is to give them an opportunity to properly do that. And the other thing is I'll probably assist the Deputy Mayor, because I can imagine, Deputy Mayor, there's 3 mobile carts in the city. One of them is the coffee that you need to drink at that time of the morning when you were going home. The other is the bunch of flowers you're taking home to your wife. And the third is the lovely afternoon you're going to have in Garden Place when you stroll in there and have a nice ice cream the next day. and I don't think anyone would say that that wouldn't all be very nice. So, councillors, let's put it out there and see what people think.
Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Sorry, so the amendments first. So all those for the amendment, raise your hand.
For the amendment?
For the amendment, yep.
It's a big, overwhelming number.
Those against?
The amendment is lost 3 votes to 8.
So now we'll put the motion.
Can we check that?
I want the names.
Won't take long.
Okay,
No.
we're voting now on the motion.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Those four.
So all those four.
For the motion.
It's easier to count the ones against.
Those against?
Oh, what are you doing? You're not against.
I want to make sure.
You're for the motion.
Against.
Against. Sorry, can I just see those against again, please?
You've
voted both ways.
That's the classic
No,
Ben
it's
sitting.
I'm positive. No, I'm not changing my vote. Yeah, I'm voting for it. I'm like Walter Nash, I am for this time.
You're for the motion?
I'm for the motion, yes.
Is that painful, councillor Gallagher? Sitting on the fence like that?
The
Leg on
motion,
each side?
1951 Waterfront Strike.
the motion is declared carried 9 votes to 2.
That's cool.
Thank you. Okay, I understand that the city solicitors arrived. So we'll go back to item 8, the LAT. Thanks for your patience, gentlemen, down the back.
The solicitors just bring it.
So who won the Melbourne Cup?
Was it this week's time?
No.
Into the microphone, please. Angela, we can't hear that.
Hot tip to the
Who did? Oh, I didn't know.
Prince of Penzance.
Oh, right.
Yes, huge outsider.
Ooh.
Huge outsider, right? First female.
Yep. Yep.
I've got one question to answer.
Sheila's one. Sheila won the Melbourne Cup. Was it a female horse too?
Oh, no. Okay.
Gelding.
Oh.
All right, thank you, city solicitor, for coming in. Double bubble, is it? Okay, I'll hand it back to Calvin. We'll start off where we got to with a brief overview of the summary first. And
Thank you. I think I got through that. The question that was posed was,
Martin's question.
No question.
okay,
So if you're finished, we'll go to questions. So we're going to general questions now about the policy.
Yeah, fine. Just where I left off was around the one-way door policy, and this is partly this is around, say, if council, for example, resolved, and I want Kelvin to correct me if I'm wrong, as I read it, there's the Dunedin one where they look at 30 minutes. So the question, I guess, in terms of process, if council was minded to change from 1 hour to 30 minutes, is that really changing the intent of any proposal? And secondly, you've clearly said we can't have a trial. So I guess first question would be if, say, council, instead of a 1 hour, it was 30 minutes, would there be any problem with that? This is just about process.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, certainly the position is, as you've articulated it, there is a problem with the concept of a trial, and you will have to make a decision on whether to have a one-way door policy or not. If you are to make a decision on establishing a one-way door policy, then the timing of that is over to you and at your discretion in terms of your decision making.
So the length of the one-way door policy, 1 hour, half an hour, that's all right, in terms of procedurally, but it cannot be a trial.
That's correct.
To what degree can a council be proactive in its communication strategy and clearly say that any policy will be, anything we do is under active review for impact? Because inevitably, no policy, whatever it is set in stone.
That's correct. So you're unconstrained in terms of your ability to go out and communicate to the public that your policy, while it will establish unequivocally a position, is always open to change in the future. But what the public will need to understand is that if there is to be a change to the policy, there will be a public process that you'll need to go through before you can implement the change.
Because the other aspect was, and if I got you right, is you could have this is just, now you're in the room, it's really, the finite time that you do something, and then it reverts back to what it was. Is that a trial, or is that just a finite time?
No, that's a finite time. That's an available option. You could have a one-way door policy for a finite period of time, and then it could revert back to something different. You could enshrine that in the policy. What you can't do is embed a subsequent decision-making process on whether to continue with the one-way door policy or not.
So if you did something for a finite time, one-way door policy being an example, then suddenly the one-way door policy at the end of the finite time is no longer there, you then kick based on the quantitative evidence that you have as to whether or not, what impact that's had, you then choose to, I guess, then you go through again the whole sort of consultation process and proposal to put in a permanent one-way door or not, albeit you've reverted back to the old status quo.
Yes, well, the hypothetical situation that you've described, if you were to introduce a one-way door policy, for example, for 6 months, at the end of that 6-month period, the one-way door policy would fall away, and there would be no restrictions on the door, and you would have you'd have to live with no restrictions until such time as you chose to amend your policy, which would be a public process.
I guess this is for Kelvin, because other questions. This relates to the sort of, again, the appendix I've read in terms of looking through other cities. The only city I can sort of find, I think, is the Dunedin, and I'm sorry I haven't further read. I don't know if there's any background you can give on that, because again, obviously that's one factor, is whether, so to speak, any council puts its toe more in the water and says, how does a half-hour one-way restriction work versus the whole hour, given the impact that's...
Just on that, there's Dunedin, which their provisional LAP is subject to appeal currently.
Yes.
They originally intended to have they signalled as part of their submission and consultation process that they were intent on having a one-way door policy to operate. And part of their provisional LAP, they stated there was substantial evidence which they demonstrated how that could reduce alcohol-related disorder. However, they then received 4,262 public submissions, which led to them removing the one-way door out of their provisional LAP. However, their final notified provisional LAP did adopt a one-way door for half an hour. That was in June of this year. That's subject to appeal. The Tauranga have had a one-way door policy introduced as part of their LAP that has been through the full appeal process, and that takes effect from the 16th of November, so it hasn't come into a process yet.
And that's permanent?
That's a permanent one.
Yeah.
From the 16th, starts on the 16th of November, so we have no...
Collegially, I mean, obviously, through your colleagues, presumably they're going to do some really intense and robust analysis as to the impact of that particular policy over a number of months?
Correct.
Yeah.
Also, we have Christchurch. They notified their provisional LAP on 28 May of this year. That's also subject to appeal. They dealt with it in a different way by providing their district licensing committee with a discretionary condition to impose a one-way door on premises that were errant or falling short.
Can you just clarify that a bit? Because so they've got the LAP, which is the one-way door, which is the provision, but it's then delegates to the licensing.
But as part of their LAP,
Yeah.
they didn't introduce a one-way door policy that went across the entire, and in this case they were talking about the inner city. What they did was they gave a discretionary power to the district licensing committee to use a one-way door as one of the tools in the toolbox they had available to them on a discretionary basis.
Yeah, so there wasn't a strategy in terms of a central city or a particular locality. It was a toolbox across the whole city.
Their strategy, I think, was more designed to deal with errant premises on a one-on-one basis rather than have one implementation of one policy that would apply across everyone simultaneously.
The New Zealand Police, again, where their submissions, is that they've obviously made it fairly consistent? I mean, you know what I'm just trying to work out. You have local submissions from, police on the ground as against, is there any variation in those submissions around the country, or is there a common...
I couldn't comment on what their submissions were around the country. I would be surprised if they altered greatly from what was local here. Sergeant Kernahan is here, he may or may not.
I wonder if you could ask.
Each policy is written for a local level, but there is, police believe generally in the country that the one-way door policy is a way to reduce harm, so it is being put forward in all the TLAs, because it seems to be something that can help, but they are all targeted to the local area. In our one, for example, was that the one-way door policy was to be targeted at the 3 o'clock closing environment, not the urban situation, so it's those different.
Is there any, I mean, again, I don't want to put you on the spot, you don't have to answer this because it's probably whether you're prepared for what they need is done in terms of, just half hour, I mean, the half hour versus the 1 hour, do you have that?
Well, I can only assume that was part of the negotiation process and is to reach a compromise of sorts, I guess, but I'm only speculating.
Sure.
I don't know exactly what it's being as shown by
It's probably an unfair question, I'm sorry, probably. No, thank you, that's all, thank you.
Councillor Alex.
At any time, I assume a person's licence is up for grabs. At any time, the person's licence has to be compliant, correct?
Sorry, when you're saying a person's licence, the licence is for the premise,
Okay, sorry, the licence, the premise, the licensee has to be following certain conditions, not having a, got to have food around the place, got to have no intoxication, good behaviour, all those sort of things.
Correct.
At any time, no matter whether it's 3 a.m. in the morning, 10 a.m. in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and whether or not you've come into the building, you're just walking straight, and you, sorry, whether you're going out of the building or coming into the building.
Correct.
The rules don't change, do they?
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Chesterman.
Yes, thanks, Chair. This is for our legal advisor. And I found all this very complex, spent a lot of time reading it yesterday, and I'm still not clear. But your legal advice said that we couldn't have the one-way door trial for 12 months. So if you put that out of the way, would you say that we could reset the outcome that is to go out to the public? And by resetting, I'm simply saying, are there 5 issues that we could look at? Because we seem to be going around in circles here. So having said that the one-way door policy is a huge difficulty and can't be done. So one, should we be looking at deciding whether we are going to have a one-way door policy in the CBD? If we decide that, whichever way we decide it, we could then move on to the CBD hours, 3 the suburban hours, 4 the supermarket, and 5 the liquor stores. And the final sort of question I have after responding to that is, can the one-way door policy be applied now to a poor operator as a penalty by the committee?
Just dealing with the parts to the question, if I can. The first piece, which is the question around, can you, if you decide to introduce a one-way policy, as the advice has, a one-way door policy, as the advice has articulated, you need to make an unequivocal decision on whether to have it or not. If you decide to have it, you can then introduce within the policy variations on the one-way door policy to deal with particular type of circumstances. For example, you might have a different approach to the CBD than to a suburban bar. So that's the answer to the first part of the question. Just remind me, what was the second? There was a middle question.
Well, there were kind of 5 issues that were tied up, that if council voted for the one-way door policy, then we need to just reconfirm the CBD hours. Or if we decide there is no one-way door policy, then the hours are virtually status quo in the CBD. I'm just trying to get a logical thought pattern to go through to deal with the CBD separately from the suburban bars, separately from the liquor outlets, supermarkets, and the liquor stores.
Well, there is logic in dealing with the decision making by first of all focusing on the CBD, whether there is to be a one-way door policy, and then also the hours that it should operate, and then moving to the different locations within the city. There's logic to that decision making.
And the ability now for the committee to utilise a one-way door policy as a penalty on a poor operator, does that exist right now?
It could only exist at a renewal of a licence. It's not currently a provision. It would have to be installed by the Alcohol Regulatory Licensing Authority, could instill that as a result of a prosecution. But it couldn't, other than through a renewal process. But if you were past your renewal of the licence, it's something that the current, under the current arrangements, the District Licensing Committee could not impose.
Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, I just have a question. And this is for legal. Throughout the submissions, we had presented several agencies the Newcastle study or the Newcastle report, and on page 65 of the report, in point 40, the legal opinion is that council needs to take into account decisions that are adopted, that have been adopted by ALA, and it talks about that ALA has put significant weight on local evidence. Am I reading correctly then that the Newcastle study, not being anything to do with local evidence, that it would not be that it would be your advice that we would not be able to take that into account?
No, you can take it into account. It is relevant to your decision making, but what the ALA authorities have made clear is that these are local policies, and local evidence is the strongest evidence to support your decision making. So rather than relying on empirical studies and worldwide data and so on, local evidence of what is occurring in Victoria Street, for example, at 3 a.m. is the most reliable and robust evidence for you to form your decisions on.
Okay, thank you. And again, just remind you that I have got a motion ready.
Are there any more questions? Councillor?
Yes, it was just a question of Kelvin. Kelvin, you mentioned earlier on in the first try at this, there were 13 suburban bars that had regularly traded past midnight, I think you said, during the week. I was just going to ask how many traded past, say, 2 a.m. You know, if you've got those figures on the Friday, Saturday nights.
Okay.
If you've got something.
I don't have the Friday, Saturday night breakdown as such, but
Okay.
and the figure of 13 that I quoted earlier, they were the ones who traded, who would be compromised in terms of their trading hours past 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Sorry, 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
1 a.m.
Calvin, it was 30, not 13. I think you said 13.
No,
No, 13 was the number of ones that were that would be affected, and we would.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The
Thank you.
hypothetical discussion was if it was at 1 a.m. during the week.
I see. So because they have licences that
Go through to 2 a.m. or 3 a.m.
Okay.
So
you don't have the Saturday ones.
No, most of these are 7 days a week.
Okay, so they'd be more or less the same 13.
Yes, look.
I don't need exact.
Yeah,
Just to pick.
about 85% looking at that would be in that vicinity, have 7 days a week for the same set of hours currently.
Okay, thanks.
So, Calvin, or Lachlan, the evidence given on page 1 of item 8, attachment 3, page 2, by Laura Beasley of the Hamilton Police Safety Unit. So item 8, attachment 3, page 2.
Yes, I've got page 84 of the agenda.
Yeah, page 84, 85. Is this the type of local evidence that we can consider? On page 2, on the second paragraph, where it says, it's been my observation that on Friday, Saturday and Sunday mornings between 2 and 3 a.m. is when the bars are most likely to eject patrons for unacceptable behaviour and intoxication. On a large number of occasions, we have observed these people simply going to another bar and getting in. We have also seen a number of persons who have been ejected from multiple bars during the evening, often when they have caused issues in every bar, re-entering, or they have entered, resulting in having been removed from these bars. These are not isolated incidents and happen every night, that we are working to some extent, depending on the overall mood of the crowd. Is that the type of evidence, local evidence, that we are allowed to consider?
Yes, just so that I understand what I'm reading here, is this a piece of information that has come through in the submission process and been presented to council as part of your deliberations?
This has been put in our report.
Deliberations.
This wasn't part of the deliberation.
Right. Yes, it is. That's the kind of local information which is, as indicated in my answer to Councillor O'Leary's question, important in terms of underpinning your decision. Local information relating to local issues.
Thank you. All right, are there any more questions?
Yes. Lachlan, it's for you. I'm looking at attachment 2, item 8. Staff have told us that it's customary practice with this new policy to have explanatory notes. They don't have to form part of the policy, but they've got to be available, and they provide the rationale and justification. Now, in anticipation of the motion, I'm looking at the explanation note for the suburban trading hours. And so that's on page 1 or page 71. And it says on licence closing hours other than the central city zone. So it gives a rationale or a justification for why we've changed the policy based on the deliberations. If you look at page 81, there's the explanation note for the one-way door restriction. So you don't need to, I guess, read them in depth, but my question is this. If this council changes what's in the policy as a result of a decision today, after deliberations and all the rest of it, that's perfectly appropriate, is it? Because effectively the rationale could be the polar opposite of what's in it now. And it's a question I raised with the General Manager before you arrived. What is the legal position on this? Or I guess colloquially, is that okay? Because rationales have been constructed to align with the policy decision, but that might change.
Well, so just dealing with that final point, if there is going to be a change in the policy position as a consequence of further discussion, then the rationale needs to shift with it. But have a disconnect. But there's no further information because we are required to make our decision based on the information, submissions and evidence presented for us during the formal process. Yeah. So we're going to effectively say, well, if, for example, the hours are not till 11 a.m. and they've set it to 1, we're saying that there isn't any harm caused by extending those hours. But here we are saying it is. And that's my worry, I guess, that I raised with the General Manager. You know, because this could be a challenged process. As I understand it, there was a previous Strategy and Policy Committee meeting on the 29th of September, is that correct? I couldn't quite work out in the time available whether or not there were formal resolutions passed in terms of decisions being made on after deliberations. There were. Well, yeah, the point about that is that the committee is governed by the standing orders, and the standing orders deal with revocation or alteration of resolutions. And so if there have been previous resolutions of the subcommittee which have locked down certain decisions, those resolutions will need to be revoked or altered in accordance with the standing orders. And there's a process for giving notice and so on to through the Chief Executive to make that happen. So that's a procedural issue that would need to be dealt with. But the other part of the answer is, as I understand it, the Strategy and Policy Committee is going to be making a recommendation to full council, and then the final decision on this is made by full council. You know, my view would be that it is open, obviously, for the full council to ultimately decide the final form of the policy. That's the whole purpose of not allowing the final decision to rest with the subcommittee. So there's the ability for a changed position to be made at full council, but it needs to be one which has an evidential basis and is well reasoned and is based on information that's properly before it. So if this is moving around ahead of the final decision of full council, that's not necessarily wrong in terms of process, but if it is moving around, it needs to have a firm evidential basis on the information which is properly part of your record. Okay, so that's the procedure. So one of the other issues that I needed clarification on also was that the committee, this committee, deliberated on it on the 29th, and for reasons which I'm not clear about, it's come back to this committee
instead of going to the council. Now, I've been waiting for you to come because I'm not sure why it's come back to this committee when this committee did the deliberations and then would normally just recommend through to the council.
Yes.
But I guess my question is that, does that affect anything?
Well, I would answer that, first of all, I think perhaps the reason it's come back, and again, this is a matter for staff, is because the one issue, there was a legal issue that was unresolved, which was the question of the legality of the trial period for the one-way door policy. So it may have been that that needed to come back and ultimately land. But apart from that, I can't see any reason why, if you've made the resolutions on the 29th, in terms of the policy that you are going to recommend to council, why it wouldn't have then just made its way onto a full council agenda.
Yeah. Okay, so my final question is, in anticipation of Councillor Leary's motion, we can change it.
Yes, you can.
As long as there's a proper rationale.
There needs to be a
evidence-based.
proper rationale. There needs to be a proper evidential basis for the change. And if by changing it, there have been, you're actually changing previous resolutions that have been made by this subcommittee.
Yes.
You're caught by Standing Order 3.8 in terms of getting the proper motions on the table to
Can you clarify
revoke the
3.8?
resolutions.
Yes,
Or
I think
I've got
also,
your copy.
yeah, I know, I need all my tags and my notes, but my understanding is that the committee can also change a resolution if it comes through by way of an officer's report. So I think what's coming to the committee today is part of the process that paused on the 29th of September and now is coming through to the committee for final sign-off before it goes through to council. That's my understanding. So everything's been wrapped up and been brought back to this committee, and additional information, further information, if it comes through by way of a staff report, then the committee can make changes to its previous position without reading it chapter and verse.
I'm just, to also add to that, I'm just going back to the minutes of the 29th, where the final resolution was that the provisional local policy be brought back to the Strategy and Policy Committee for adoption on the 3rd of November 2015. So that is this item coming back, direction from the 29th to come back here for adoption. So
I'll read out standing orders. I've found it. It's 3.8.4. The council may, on a recommendation contained in a report by the chief executive or chairperson, or the report of a committee, revoke or alter all or part of resolutions previously passed at meetings. And the only requirement is the 2 clear working days.
Yep.
So I don't have any more questions, but I'll second that Councillor Leary's motion.
The motion hasn't been put yet.
No, but
Councillor Gallagher.
If and when it turns up.
So conceptually, the one-way, for example, we've been discussing the one-way door policy. There has been new advice, right, in terms of 3.8.4. So what was a resolution of the committee as its recommendation to council now is subject to some significant advice around process. Where does that then leave the other items that have, having read through the minutes, the other items that have been key items, and in fact, like, the suburban closing times and all that, when in fact I'm not aware, has it been the significant, I mean, it's said the rationale and all of that, but I don't quite get.
Well, if I understand the point, if there's no further shift in terms of those previous issues that were resolved on the 29th, then those resolutions would stand, and they would be they would form the content of the LAP that you're now to recommend to full council.
So in terms of 3.8.4, then you're saying it would not be appropriate for council to shift this committee to shift its position on some other items because there's been no significant additional advice, and that those recommendations would just go through to the full council. Full council, presumably, subject to proper open mind test and, looking at all the issues, can be it do what it will do, and can disagree, ironically, with this committee of the whole.
Yes, I agree with the proposition you put, except for one point, which is that I haven't made any evaluation of the new information or evidence that's been referred to. So I couldn't sit here and say that it's to be dismissed as not being valuable or useful to you. What I have said is that if you are going to make a shift in terms of where you've previously been on the 29th, the information needs to be part of the record, and it needs to be tested by you as decision makers.
Yeah, it was just one final question. I'm not wanting to get into debate, but the Mayor has said, that she was, surprised that it came back, that we'd already had a deliberation meeting. I can understand the one-way door policy because that's some new information.
That was part of the resolution.
Yeah.
The resolution required it.
Okay.
Okay, as there's no further questions, Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I have got a motion that I'm just going to put on the board, and it addresses removes the one-way door policy and all the definitions in clause 6. Changes the maximum trading hours for other, which is the suburban, to 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. And
Is that it?
yep, and then changes the maximum trading hours applicable to off licences to 7 a.m. 10 p.m. Monday to Sunday, and I'm happy to speak to that when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, Madam Mr. Chair, can I check whether there's a motion on the books, which is the previous committees, and that's an amendment, or whether that's a motion and there's nothing else on the books? I need to know that, understand that. I would have thought that we had the previous committee's recommendation that this would be an amendment to.
I'll let Democracy handle that question.
It is the motion for today. It relates to this report, so it's the motion for today. This isn't an adjourned meeting or an adjourned report, so this is a fresh motion.
Okay. But
So just,
Can I
sorry,
be-
just to be clear,
Hang on, Gary. Councillor Gallagher.
look, I'm
This is
sorry.
the motion.
I'm just keep it simple for me. So, obviously, I'm reading the minutes of the meeting of the 29th, all right? It is crystal clear, the resolution of the committee with regard to a number of issues in terms of the trading hours of on licences, etc. Get the bit about the new information, substantive new information around one-way door policy in terms of trial process. But could we just, I'm wondering if the legal counsel could just go through that, through the proposed, and I'm a little bit confused because it seems to me they contradict.
Yeah, well, hang on, this is not the recommendation from the committee. This is something else.
Yeah, but in that the committee deliberated.
Yeah, the committee deliberated and made a recommendation to itself, because this is the same committee.
Oh, okay.
It's not like recommending to council, so that's what I don't understand with the democracy ruling. I mean, if this was full council and there was a subcommittee recommending to it, then whoever gets in first sort of situation. This is the committee itself, and it's its own recommendation from an earlier part of the same issue. I don't know whether we need to check that legally, because it's not like the normal situation where we're going to council.
No, my understanding of process today is that the committee met on the 29th of September, and staff then picked all the information up from the 29th of September, and what they're presenting back today is not a recommendation from the committee, it's the committee's position and then a staff report coming back to this committee for consideration.
So then, yeah, but what's this, an amendment to, a proposed amendment?
No, this is not an amendment. This is a recommendation from staff, and what Councillor O'Leary has put on the board is a motion.
Correct. So anyone who wants the original position would need to move the entire original decision, or parts of it. See, there's another problem here. There's a whole lot of different things there. I mean, actually, I think we'll all be in the same situation. We'll all agree with at least some of it, but we won't. Many of us won't agree with all of it. So, how do we do? How is it treated? Is it treated as separate items, or what?
You could do that. You could just deal with them separately.
I mean, I would have hoped that the chair of this committee, who's not chairing today, would have had this sort of process sort of worked out with the deputy chair beforehand.
Well, I think the deputy chair is doing a very good job of chairing the meeting. And look, it's up to the chair of the meeting. I'm more than happy if he decides to take these separately. Happy to do that.
And I think I heard the chair at the beginning of this item propose in terms of process that he might take the committee through that process.
The way that I had proposed handling this was take questions, which we've just finished now, and we have to go through that process, then going through the items in attachment 2, and if anybody has anything, any one of those items that they want to put an amendment up, change, put it up now, and we go through those one at a time. The items that we don't address, we take it that they go through into the new lap, and then we vote the whole thing through.
So then this motion, this proposed by Councillor Leary, wouldn't be in order then, because you're proposing we deal with the items separately, and individual sections of that will be in order, but not the whole of it together.
So each one of these points here, I believe, should be covered off one at a time.
So each part of my motion, is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, you covered 3 different points there. So, which are 3 different key issues in attachment 2.
So, yeah, so we've done that before, Chair, and democracy's led us through that. If we take part, even we've done it when we're not changing the staff recommendation, we've taken like A, B, C, and done those separately. So, I think...
That's what I'm trying to find out.
I mean, ultimately, it's up to the
We'll
chair.
take a 5-minute break.
Well, I think the chair said beforehand.
Should we just
that-
have a break?
and yeah.
I think, yeah.
So Chair, perhaps, should we just take 5 and just make sure it's all in order? Take 5?
Well,
Yeah.
Oh, no, just, then you can sort it all out, otherwise we're just
Been
waiting.
put up as a motion to cover everything, and that's going to. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Can't we,
People are waiting.
can't we just decide how we're doing this?
would you rather carry on? What's the mood of the meeting?
Carry on
You want to carry on with
with this item.
Okay, we'll just take 2 minutes, quick water break, and we'll be back.
Are we having a drink with dinner?
Okay, so we're going to address these 3 points, B1, B2 and B3, as separate motions. And if there are any other motions that anybody else wants to put up out of item attachment 2 as an exception, they can be put up as we go. So
Or amendments
or amendments
Yep.
to these 3. Okay.
Sorry, Mr Chairman, I have to say that I disagree with that process. My understanding of the recommendation that happened at the last meeting was that we approved a series of things. There was one item that we weren't sure on legal grounds. We asked staff to get an opinion, and that was the one-way door policy trial. And we asked for them to bring us back information on that. The rest of it was already a recommendation to the council, surely. Otherwise, we had a debate last time. We're going to have a debate on all the same issues this time, and again at full council 3 times, and that's not the normal council process.
Oh, point of order, actually. There's several councillors around this table that often say one chop, 2 chop, 3 chops at it, and one of them sits on my side of the table. So I think that is the process that we normally do.
We do not have 3 chops at this, Mr Chair. We have 2, one at the committee and one at the council, unless we specifically ask otherwise, which we have on one of these items.
I think that once again, I need you to actually go to attachment 2. There are listed each of the key issues, and each of these key issues, if somebody wants to put up a motion on any one of those issues by exception, they can. But we're not going to go through each one of these one at a time. Councillor O'Leary and the Mayor have put up 3 that they're prepared to break out as 3 separate motions to be voted on separately. Once, if there's anything else by exception in attachment 2 that any members want to readdress, put forward a motion, we'll vote, and then at the end, we'll wrap the whole thing up with one vote. So it's by exception, we're not going through this we're not going through number 1 to 17.
Can I ask a procedural question very quickly? If each of these are lost, because there is no other motion on the table, and because ultimately no other final decision was resolved, where are we? Or do we take the earlier decision on the 29th as being, I'm just asking procedural.
So the staff report has the staff recommendations which pertain to the policy positions reached on the 29th of September, which is what's reflected in the report in front of you.
Right.
So we would be seeking the committee to then, apart from have to address the one-way policy, we have to address the one-way door policy because that's ultra-vires. But the remaining matters would be as per the decision on the 29th, which would be what the staff recommendation in the report reflects.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So can I steer you to page 81, hang on for a minute, page 81, key item 15. Which is the first one that has been put up. Okay, so one-way door restrictions should be reconsidered or trialled. Now, we've had the legal opinion from the city solicitor, which has made it very clear that this can't be a trial. The motion's here to remove the one-way door policy altogether. If anyone wants to put up an amendment, they can.
Well, we can foreshadow depending.
Well, isn't this the motion though? First that one up would be the amendment? Is that correct?
This is the motion.
Right. And if it was to lapse, then somebody could then put an alternative motion. Or what was the original recommendation, with the exception of this first item, is it's ultra-vires. So yeah, we could keep going for quite a while. This could be fun.
So, first, if no one's going to put up
because I know that it's an issue floating around, I'll put it up if there's a seconder as an alternative, so we can actually debate two things together, because I think it'll be bordering on silly for us to have a whole debate now and then, if that, depending on the result of it, maybe have another debate and keep going. So I'm going to move an amendment that the one-way door policy, as proposed by the previous meeting, whatever date that was, time limit be amended to 30 minutes from 1 hour. You can find the wording. I don't know.
Well, not a trial or a trial?
No, not a trial, because that's taking on board the policy, and I'm presuming that that's illegal.
Okay, is anyone to second that?
I'm happy to second that.
Councillor Gallagher.
I'm mindful, and I asked City Solicitor, I was not present at the September the 29th meeting. Is there a problem with that? I could not be present on the 29th of September meeting.
Well, no. I think once we get the amendment up on the screen there, so long as you're comfortable with it, you can second it.
Okay.
And it's not a trial as well, democracy. So the trial element is removed.
Could I just ask, Mr Chair, for clarification, is that an amendment on the total motion, or is that an amendment?
No,
we're only dealing with your one.
So you said you were happy for it to break up the motion.
Yeah, so
we
is it
really probably should we really should remove everything else apart from.
Well, no, not
It's an amendment to one.
to B1.
B1.
B1,
Yeah.
yep.
Could I just suggest that it is referenced to the draft policy that's being provided? I think that's pretty important. I just check, Dave, if you're looking at page 69, clause 6, it will say your amendment would mean that a one-way door restriction will apply to all licences in the central city zone from 2 a.m.
No, from 2:30.
2:30
Because the
a.m.
licence continues until 3 a.m,
right.
therefore for 30 minutes backwards.
So from 2:30 a.m. Monday to Sunday, full stop.
It's
Right.
the same as the 1 hour one,
So
except
that's how
starting
clause
half
6
an hour
will
later.
read.
Correct.
I think that's how it
Correct.
Why do you have proposed at the beginning of September? You've got a definition in here.
I don't care what the wording is, everyone knows what it means, we can get carried away with it. Well, it's half an hour instead of an hour.
For September 2015. We've had a lot of 29 Septembers.
We've got lawyers to write laws. And people that understand what it means.
I think strange wording, Dave.
Sorry?
It's not quite clear in the last.
Hey, look, I'm relying on staff, the experts, and the lawyers, the experts, to get the wording right. I think the meaning is clear.
But you're good with words. I'm just suggesting to you that that's not clear enough.
I think that we should remove the reference 30 minutes to 1 hour. I think that the 2:30 is, it's clause 6, it makes clear reference to 2:30, so.
So she's just retyping it in the same format.
Clever girl, Jude.
Yeah.
It's just to take whatever motion was passed last time, remove the word trial and substitute 60 minutes for 30 minutes.
That's correct.
30 minutes for 60
Before closing.
Hello, Jocelyn.
You got it exactly right,
Jocelyn,
except around the wrong
you're a
way.
Jocelyn.
Words, man.
I think,
No.
Our new spell checker.
Terrible smelling.
Or grammar checker then.
I'll never forget that one.
Oh, yeah. Well, how about the other time when she looked at the phone?
No, I know you.
Yeah. It's a big difference. She knew exactly what she was saying. No, she saw a picture of Rowena, what's her name, when she was standing for mayor. It was all touched up on the billboard. She said, she looks like she's just had a blow. And Ewan had to take her aside, and because we were laughing too much, to explain what she said.
A second. Well, I suggest.
Yeah, I only remember things like that. Oh, sorry, you're talking about something else.
You could revisit it.
Yes, that's certainly what I mean. Is that
Okay,
what you mean, Martin?
So can we debate, are you happy if we debate these two together?
I would hope you would.
Okay. All right. So,
Yes, I would.
Councillor O'Leary moved the motion, so you go first.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I have the absolute utmost respect for the work that the police do. And look, I'd swap this job for what they do if they would have me in a second. And I agree, a one-way door policy would help them enforce. It would be easier to enforce than what they have now, because obviously you look at your watch at 2 a.m. and anyone walking into a premise, then there's an issue. But I am speaking from experience, and my experience is 8 years in hospitality is that a one-way door policy doesn't work. A lot of on licences, and to my knowledge still today, the good ones, and there are more good ones than not, impose a one-way door policy. When you've been slammed in hospitality and had a busy night and you've been going for 12 hours and your staff are exhausted, you can't wait to get out of the door. So a lot of them enforce a one-way door policy anyway. When it comes to intoxicated people, there's a 24/7 one-way door policy because the Liquor Act says you cannot allow an intoxicated person on your premise. So what does having a one-way door policy achieve? I don't think it achieves anything. In my experience in hospitality, it does leave vulnerable people out on the street. It does cause aggression and confusion. And you know, particularly what Kiwis, you know what we're like. We're all about our rights. If you're stopping a reasonable person on the street at 2:05 from getting into his favourite bar to catch up with his mates, he's going to be rightly annoyed by that. I'm not sure what this is trying to fix. We know from the safety report there's been a considerable decrease in incidents in the central city, and that is absolutely something to celebrate. Through submissions, we also know, and we had a lot of evidence, local evidence, that the majority of alcohol harm caused in this city, as well as nationally and internationally, is done from a private residence. That was fact, and that was hard evidence that we had. The majority of harm is caused, and often the last drink is reported from a private residence. And where do people get alcohol when they're consuming it on a private residence? From an off licence. Off licence is where we need to be directing the tools in this policy. One-way door policy is just, it's not, in my opinion, going to have any considerable benefit at all and will cause more problems than it will solve. Yes, it will be easier for the police to enforce, but I don't honestly believe, in 8 years of experience of being in hospitality and being hands-on and working till 4 a.m, that it's going to benefit anyone. I just don't think that, and I mean, now we've moved, we were at an hour, now we've moved to 2:30. We have heard that we need, more weight needs to be given to local evidence, predominantly through submissions, and through the last S&P meeting, we heard councillors who supported our one-way door policy bandy about the Newcastle study. Well, the Newcastle study has now been evaluated, and it's, according to a Queensland criminologist, he said that the preventative measure that it hoped to impart was purely symbolic. In 2006, an ABC documentary reported on the effectiveness of that one-way door policy, and it reported that it failed to reduce the number of assaults. So, I mean, you could say that, well, we can't take that into account because that's not local evidence. Well, really, all I have heard about the one-way door policy and the support and rationale for it was basically the Newcastle report, and I don't think we need to be taking that into account. I don't think we can take that into account, and I just don't see there any benefit here. As I said, a lot of business, a lot of on licences, self-imposed. You've had a hard night, you're tired, the team's tired, you want to go home. I would say without exception, when I had a nightclub in Victoria Street, I would be so keen for 2:30 to come that I would radio down to myself and say, look, don't let anybody else in, we've had enough. But that was my choice to do, and as a good, responsible host, and I think that people do that. But enforcing it on people without clear rationale and reason and benefit behind it, I think that's unreasonable.
Deputy, no. Yeah, sorry, she seconded it, so she...
Yeah, no, it's up, I'm just putting my hand up to say I'd like to speak on the amendment, that's all.
Okay.
It's,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Sorry. Councillor McPherson.
Yep, thanks. Councillor O'Leary, in her own words, has just said a couple of different ways the majority of good existing bars in the CBD voluntarily impose their own one-way door policy. And I think that's quite a telling point. They clearly see that as a strategy that their own business has to deal with potential trouble. Potential, I add.
Point of order, actually, that's not at all what I said.
I noted down the words exactly.
I talked.
Okay, let's get them back.
I
Let's
talked
get the
about
words.
in context of a busy night, but that it was the but that it was their choice. I never said anything about it being a tool to deal with trouble, which is what Councillor McPherson is implying.
Councillor McPherson, can
I-
you move on, please?
Yeah, I will, because
you.
I quote the words that Councillor Leary said at the start. The part about their own choice was said the second time you said it, that towards the end. What you said was a majority of good existing bars in the CBD voluntarily, you actually added that word afterwards, I'll put it more in context for you, voluntarily impose a one-way door policy. And as I've said, my opinion, that's your quote, now it's my opinion coming. In my opinion, that's clearly a tactic, successful strategy, I should say, to deal with potential trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing a one-way door policy of their own. I think that that's laudable, understandable, and an example of responsible hosting in those circumstances. Unfortunately, we don't have 100% good hosts. Even the bars that spoke before, and of which all of them, many of them I know personally, are good hosts. But they're not every bar in the CBD is like that now, and won't be all in the future, I suggest to you. The idea of this one-way door policy is to use the backstop. It will not affect those bars that already run their own de facto one-way door policy, which is probably for longer than half an hour. But it puts a bit of a limit on those that are less responsible. We'll take all comers between 2 and 3 or 2:30 in the morning. And there have been some of them in the recent past, and some of them have had their licences restricted or other actions taken as a result. But I suggest to you probably not all of them that could have had that happen to them. So I listened, and I know some of the publicans, in fact I know all of them, the ones that spoke here. I listened to what they had to say about the potential effect on their business. And yes, I've changed my point of view from a 1 hour to something less than that, because I don't want to have as much, be responsible for having as much effect on their business as a 1 hour one-way door policy would have had. I think that that's, to my mind, an acceptable compromise. I'm not saying that they've said it's an acceptable compromise. I'm saying, to my mind, it's an acceptable compromise. I have to judge between the evidence I see. I have to judge the evidence I receive. I have received, and we've all received, evidence that a one-way policy, in the eyes of the police, who are ultimately the law enforcers at that time of night, and have a heck of a lot of dealing with patrons and alcohol and related events at that time, they have said they want a one-way door policy. They would want an hour one-way door policy. The publicans don't want any. Quite clearly, 30 minutes is in between what the two bits of evidence want. And they presented evidence both ways. Who am I to say which is right and which is wrong in this case? I don't know enough to be able to judge that one way or another. I see that Dunedin lurched from one extreme to the other in their decision making and came back in the end with half an hour. That had an influence on my thinking as well. I think that we need to be mindful of the effect we have on businesses here. We also need to be mindful of the social and community effects here, and there's enough evidence from the police to say to me that we can't just leave things as they are. We can't just rely on the good publicans, the good bar owners, the ones who are responsible. We have to have something that provides some limits to support the police action, or and to, for that matter, to support the other bars by putting some limits, small limit, 30-minute limit on the bars that are not so responsible. So that's the only reason I've put that forward. I would love for us not to have any rules at all, but clearly we have to have rules when alcohol's around. If we don't have rules on things like driving, on things like drinking when you're, or buying alcohol when you're intoxicated, if we don't have those rules, we have problems. This is an area that's been asked for by the police, and I think we should respond, but respond in a measured way. And I think, on balance, the 30 minutes is more measured, more of a measured response than a 1 hour one is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tuman.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, look, I've listened to Councillor O'Leary's 8 years in the hospitality industry. Mine's somewhat different. She was looking from the inside and I've looked on the outside for the last 48 years.
He was excluded.
Yeah. Fortunately, of course, in my early days, there was no such thing as, we used to close all our pubs at 6 o'clock at night. And everybody used to race in after work at about 5:15 and they'd order 3 jugs of beer. And when I think back, there was no sitting down in the pubs because we just didn't have time and everybody stood at a leaner. And at 6:15, the barman would call, "Time, gentlemen," and you get another jug of beer. So we were pretty good in those days because I considered it power drinking with 4 jugs of beer in 1 hour. I think what's happened, of course, is that forget all about the Newcastle studies and the Dunedin studies and all that, and all I can do is from my own personal observations. And when I look at the CBD area, the hospitality area there, after, say, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, when we've got crowds milling around, they can't get out of town because the taxi services can't cope. And I think of the number of persons who are carted up to A&E, to the good Dr. John Bonning and his staff, who then have to actually clean up the vomit and all this sort of stuff of these persons who have maybe tripped or maybe been assaulted or something like that. And I ask myself, is this really worth it? And the answer I can't always come back is no, it's not worth it. And like Councillor McPherson, he wants an amendment to 30 minutes. I'm still in favour of the 1 hour, and it really takes an hour to get organised. And once we can get people out of the CBD, and everything starts to calm down. So unfortunately, I'm still with the status quo, which is 1 hour, as far as the one-way door policy is concerned.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
I'll speak very briefly, if I may. And I'm going to speak briefly because frequently in local body politics there is a propensity for people to want to take all of the time, but actually I think Councillor O'Leary has articulated very clearly and precisely why I support a no one-way door policy. But I wonder if I could add 3 other quick components. The first thing I've heard with local evidence is, in fact, in some ways, a lot of the bars are closing relatively early on quiet nights, and it's only on the odd occasion that they have a special event or an event that, a sporting event that triggers a significant demand for their services. And I think in some ways what I've heard is actually some of the processes that have been put in place for special licences has made it very, very hard. So I think what they're saying to us is, do not restrain us, give us the capability, because we are the ones who are accountable and have to hold on to our licence, and have faith in us that we'll deliver an appropriate place, a controlled environment where people will drink. And they're also saying again, if you force a one-door policy, or one-way door policy, you are going to create multiple opportunities for conflict. And I think that would be unfortunate. The other point I just want to reiterate is I don't know if it's in the best interest of the city to have a prolonged fight with the entertainment sector. A sector that generates employment, that facilitates economic growth. And I have a feeling that if we went with a 1 hour, one-way door policy, we might find ourselves in a prolonged period of litigation. So I'm not convinced, from what I have heard or seen, that a one-way door policy is appropriate. So I will not be supporting it. Having said that, if the will of this council is that one will be imposed,
it must not be more than 30 minutes. I think 60 minutes is beyond reasonable, beyond unreasonable. It is nonsensical. So my position is clear. I do not support a one-way door policy, but if council imposes one, I guess I would be under duress, would support 30 minutes.
Councillor Mellett.
Thank you. Dave said that we have to have rules. Well, we do have rules. The alcohol industry would have to be one of the most regulated sectors in our society at all today. And bar operators are subject to extremely tough rules, sanctions in terms of losing licences, where you talk about losing your whole business if they keep on contravening the rules. And I just raised the question, and it's been raised a couple of times, about the unintended consequences. I mean, every time a person who is denied access to a bar, sober or not sober, there's a conflict. And the people who, just think about who the people who are, who may be restricted from coming in. It's the person who's left their phone behind in the bar and they can't get back in. It's mum or dad coming to pick the kids up who can't get in. It's the sober driver coming to pick up their mates or something like that. So there's a whole lot of reasons why this thing will unnecessarily create tension and conflict. As I said, there are laws already which, if properly executed, look after all this stuff as it should be, because you can't be drunk on a licensed premise. If you're drunk on a licensed premise, the owner of or the operator of that premise is in the gun. And that is sufficient, as far as I'm concerned, of a sanction for any protection of the drinkers. Thank you.
I'd like to speak. Yes, in Angela's and Councillor O'Leary's words, from her 8 years of experience in the nightclub industry, the one-way door policy, with the one-way door policy, it will be easier for police to enforce. That's coming from the other side, from the nightclub side. Alcohol is not a normal, it's not a normal retail product. It's normal business, I'm for business, but it's selling a harm product. The one-way door policy isn't the answer on its own, but it is a tool in combination with our 24/7 liquor ban, which we have in place. It's a tool that we can use in combination with limiting wholesaling in the bottle stores and the supermarkets by an hour to stop the preloading before people come into town. And then it's a tool at the end of the night to help police when people, as I read earlier, from the evidence we've been given in attachment 3 from Laura Beasley. She's Constable Laura Beasley. She's seen people going from bar to bar, getting thrown out of a bar, just going into the next bar, pulling themselves together and getting in. It will stop that. So the points that the combination of the different things will make a difference. And it needs to be measured by bringing all these things in. Drinking in town at night, I don't see bars on Thursday, Friday and Saturday night closing before 3 o'clock. I come in here enough times at night. It's not kindergarten. Mums and dads don't go in and pick up their kids from the bars. They'll sit in their cars outside. They will not walk into the bars to pick up their kids. Some of the evidence we were given earlier this year, it was a long time ago now, it's probably 9 months ago, but the Cancer Society, one of their comments which came through from the Oxford University Press, it was restricting trading hours as the most effective and cost-effective measure available to policymakers to reduce alcohol harm associated with licensed venues. We're not trying to shut bars down at 12 o'clock. We have a balance. We've got to get a balance between making our city vibrant, but also protecting particularly our youth, our 18-year-olds, our 19-year-olds, our 20-year-olds, before they have their 21st birthday. well, their mind isn't even fully developed by then. Their brain hasn't even fully grown. It hasn't fully developed. And it's our job as policymakers to do our bit in combination with the police, in combination with the hospital who puts people back together afterwards, and in combination with as a policymaker. So the whole lot of us need to work together. As well as that, there's a responsibility that's with the bar owners, who are generally very responsible. But as they've been saying all day, they don't want a lap at all, which would be 5 o'clock closing. And why wouldn't they go for that? It's their business, it's their profit. So let's do our bit as policymakers, and let's vote in a half-hour one-way door policy. Anyone else like to speak? Angela, would you like a reply?
Just a very short one, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, hang on.
Martin.
Oh, yep.
Councillor Gallagher.
I won't take too long. I just acknowledge the very sincere views on both sides, and it is a balance. And I think the amendment's trying to attempt at a balance between the advice of the New Zealand Police, but not in a way that's going to unduly kill or negatively, massively impact on a very vibrant hospitality sector. And it's an attempt, if you like, at a compromise, because I think Councillor Tooman has adequately talked about his personal experience of the social harm that he's witnessed. So we do have social harm with inappropriate drinking and behaviours, but we also have a very vibrant hospitality industry and some good people. I hope whatever happens out of this debate, as we continue the focus to giving every tool that we can to the appropriate authorities to close down the poor operators that obviously make it bad. I'll just make an observation in terms of the Leo Tooman talking about when he was doing the 6 o'clock deal, or Councillor Remington and Chesterman were going up and down Victoria Street as young men. If you'd said then, when we were debating 10 o'clock closing, what we came, and a mad and nutty Parliament, I believe, put a whole lot of laws on a naive assumption. The most tragic was the lowering of the drinking age, because what we're now debating, and this is not with on licence, obviously, and perhaps that's another debate later on, we're talking about the 15-year-old that accesses the stuff from the off licence. In the old days, it was the 18-year-old accessing the stuff when we had 20, but that's another story. But I would stress that I believe that this is, if you like, an attempt at a compromise, rightly or wrongly, in that I believe it does listen to the police. And I think the other thing, whatever happens, and through all of this, notwithstanding we cannot have a trial, Mr. Chair, I would expect that this council would have all of our policies in the lap area under constant review.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm going to be supporting the motion. I think we got it wrong in the previous debate. We made ourselves look a little bit silly because we didn't, in fact, understand the outcomes. And I say that in particular when the next issue comes up, which is about the suburban businesses. And I don't think we really understood the impact of those hours. So I'm going to support Councillor O'Leary's motion, and I think it is the sensible thing to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one thing I guess that's always surprised me a little bit throughout this debate is, I guess in a perfect world there would be no off licences, and the only place you could consume alcohol would be in an on-licence premise, because you're in a controlled environment. And if I had an 18-year-old daughter, I want her, and she's going to drink, then I want her in a controlled environment with trained, certified staff that have to look after her. Put aside the licence, their responsibilities under the Liquor Act, possibly they could lose their job. These people that are in these jobs want to look after those people. They don't want to see my 18-year-old daughter coming into harm's way. A one-way door policy keeps people out on the street. On page 3, page 86, there's a very of this new evidence or new information. It's a very disturbing paragraph there about the demographics and drinking patterns of students. And it says that the students are 3 times more likely, or their drinking or consuming of alcohol is 3 times more than their peers. I don't want those students out on the street. I don't want them, if they can't get into a controlled premise, to go into Garden Place or to go to a park and scull some nasty, cheap RTDs. I want them in a controlled environment. I would want my 18-year-old daughter in a controlled environment. And that's kind of the one thing that, since we've been debating this issue since 2012, that has always sat very uneasy with me when we're looking at addressing the harm. Think about that and consider that when you vote on this. A couple of councillors have said, look, this is one tool in the toolbox, and sure it is, but so would be a curfew and so would be prohibition. And we're not suggesting either of those.
Okay, so we'll put the amendment to the vote. The rationale's been put on the board for either argument. So those for the amendment, raise a hand, yeah.
Councillor King, Councillor McPherson for the amendment. Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Young. 4.
So those against the one-way door policy amendment?
Councillor Wilson, Councillor Tooman, Councillor Mallett, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Pascoe, Mayor Hardacre and Councillor Chesterman.
So what are you going to do now, Leah?
That's lost.
And ours not going to go home.
7 votes against and 4 votes for.
Had a better chance.
And now we'll put the motion.
Well, you get nothing then.
Would anyone else like to put up an amendment?
The only one I'd like to is try for the hour.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, Mr Chairman, Councillor
We can take
Tooman's spoken
vote.
to the motion.
Sorry, you're on.
Right, can we go?
Yep, vote on the motion.
Well, we just did.
Those for,
We just did. Did we not just do that?
No,
Voted on the amendment.
It's the motion.
For the motion, 1, Councillor Wilson, Mallett, O'Leary, Pascoe, Mayor Hardacre and Chesterman.
how many's that?
those against?
6.
No, we just.
Those against?
Leo, you
That's
for?
against.
Those against. Councillor Tooman, McPherson, Gallagher, Young, King. The motion's carried. 6-5.
Okay, now we'll move to the next, I think it's B2.
This is issue number 1. This is issue number 1.
Okay, so under attachment 2, this is issue number 1 on page 71.
I wish to move an amendment to that, Mr Chair. And that the amendment will be the wording that's in the
Under policy.
policy, except that I'm proposing Monday to Thursday, or I think it's Sunday to Thursday, isn't it, the wording? I can't.
Sunday to
Sunday to
Thursday.
Thursday, be 7 AM to 12 midnight.
As opposed to 11 p.m.
Yes, and the leaving Saturday and Sunday, and you can check the wording of this, at 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, sorry, 1 a.m.
And it's 1 a.m. brackets the following day.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it'll be the same wording for the one above then needed. You want to be consistent?
Yes, that's correct.
Is midnight the same day or the next day?
That's why I said midnight, there's no one who knows whether 12 o'clock, 12 a.m. 12 p.m.
Zero, 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 one.
No, it's not 1, it's 0, 0, 0, 0.
Where are we? Because you guys have voted.
Is it 2400?
Yeah.
That's what Mike
If you said 2400, it'd be all right. But if you say 12, you think, which bloody 12?
Is it 12 a.m. or 12 p.m.?
12 midnight. Yes. Plain English, not this.
Come on.
I haven't said Sunday. Oh, sorry, Sunday
You
to
did.
Thursday, my
Yeah.
bad. It's just been changed. You're bad. Yeah. God, you're bad. No, that's old, that's 3 years old. Wait until we start saying sweet, then we'll be
Okay,
up to 2
can we,
years
are
old.
we going? Is it? I don't-
Okay.